Anticipation, the twilight fuels the intoxication. No hesitation, I'm giving into this sweet sensation. I've been good, I've been bad, but this moment is all we really have. So when the night is calling, I pick up the phone, a voice that sings
Welcome to your new sanctuary. Run for your fucking life.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members and the fans of the TCSEL Sports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Welcome one and all to week 3 of the TCS Esports League. I'm Digital Bacon and joining me today is a new face. It's none other than Danny Boy. Danny, my dude, it's the first time we're having you in the commentary booth here over in Switzerland and I'm so excited to have you alongside me, my dude.
It's a great pleasure. TCS has been a fabulous league. I mean, 6 seasons worth and I'll get to finally say I've been on it, Bacon. It's always a treat to see what's on it. And I had a look briefly on the schedule, Bacon. And you know what? There's some games there you're just looking at them sort of what, is it the RLCSX? Because it's high quality gameplay throughout today.
It is indeed high quality. But before we get to that schedule, let's talk about the current standings, because right now it is a wide smattering of different results. Edelweiss, Slightly Salty, and Sparks all joint for that top spot with 6 games won to 1 loss. Now, of course, behind them, you've got Coconuts there, still on that 2-0, but just that game differential slipping away ever so slightly by 1. Following them behind is Era Legacy and Latix on 1-1, and then bringing up the rear, Lausanne Esports, Team Sir, Mindsanity, and Vision Gaming Economists. Now, Lausanne, we were not expecting this stage. They were one of the teams we're thinking we're going to be up there 2-0, and the Swiss Incredible Rebels you would think are a mid-table team, but this season it is just absolutely stacked. Each and every season, the talent gets better, Danny, and so anyone is in the crosshairs this season, it seems.
Why not? Absolutely so, because I've been watching throughout the many seasons as well, and the qualifiers breed success. You have to play well on the day and continue that through league play. You can already tell where a season maybe 2 ago, as you talk about like a Lausanne, they're top of the table, challenging maybe to beat the likes of a Sapphire. In this case here, challenging them just to say for survival. Bit unusual, but again, that's the league as it is. But I only would like to put a wee asterisk to this. It's only week 3 in terms of the league play. Still plenty of time to catch up ground.
Exactly. Anyone can turn it around right now. So let's have a quick little look at the matches coming up today so that we can see who we've got. First up is going to be Latiques versus Era Legacy. For me, I'm super interested on this one because it is going to be the divider of the midfield. One of these two teams will go up onto 2 wins and, of course, leave the other trailing behind. Second up will be My Insanity versus Coconutters. That should be fairly cut and dry for Coco, but they haven't had the best start to the season personally for themselves. Of course, third, the highlight match so far, Edelweiss versus Sparks. And again, that's going to be another divider of a series. Both Edelweiss and Sparks join at the top of the leaderboard. Fourth on stream is going to be Lausanne versus Sir. And again, I love to say it, Danny, it's another divider. So much is reliant on today. And then last but definitely not least, Vision Gaming versus Slightly Salty. Slightly Salty coming in this season. Absolutely guns are blazing. Vision Gaming, after having a great run through the Challenger Cup, just has not had that chance to shine just yet. We've seen Frosty on the pitch doing absolute bits alongside Nessie and Turb, but they just have not got the results they're looking for. Perhaps this week is going to be the first time they can get a game, if not a series. So 5 matches today. Danny, for me, I'm definitely looking forward to this first game on stream so much because I love a good mid-table scrap. But you, which match are you looking forward to most?
I feel like you slightly stolen my answer because that was going to be where I was looking at, but I slightly changed it just for you because you know what? There's one player there that you mentioned slightly who I have a huge affection for. Does a lot of streaming, does a lot of gameplay, and he does a lot of decent coaching as well. That's Frosty from Vision Gaming. The fact that you said to me there, he hasn't won a game, I thought, did you mean Series there? I just double checked and you go, no, this is not the Frosty I know. I know he's a hardened, proven winner at times. So I would like to see him get a win on the board here. And the fact that he knows I'm casting today, I think that puts a little bit more pressure onto him.
Definitely. He's been loving Jam casting on over him as well. But let's start talking about this first match because it is just gone 5 past. Danny, we're just waiting on one of these two teams, Latiques, to get into the lobby. As soon as they are here, we are getting underway. So we got to start talking about this game, my dude. Latiques comprised of Arku, Mino, and Aqua, Raptor being their sub. And of course, on the opposite side, when we're looking on over at Era Legacy, the previous Arctic roster of Pipifax, Cassalian, and Tooth. Now, these are all, apart from Aqua, veterans of TCS. But I think the big difference maker for me on Latiques is not only Arku, but Mino. Dude, over the weekend, we got to cover a lot of the rival esports field finals, and Mino was popping off, wasn't he?
It was incredible. I haven't seen a performance like that from the player himself. I've seen him in the friends scene, obviously, naturally. And he was always one of those players that never had the chance to say, I'm here. He did that on Rival, he had that chance, but the fact that he's here on TCS, the chance he can maybe knock a few of the veterans down in somewhat, or elbow and put his head above the rest and say, this is the kingdom that I want to become the crown of. He has the chance to do it, Bacon, and I would want to see it happening live.
I do indeed. So, players have said they're ready. Let's let them loose. Onto the pitch is going to be Utopia Coliseum for our first match here today, Danny. Era Legacy in that mint chocolate chip green that I absolutely love. And of course, Latiques will take that silvery white. I'm so excited for this because you got to think, when we look at Era Legacy, they're building up a new org into TCS this season. On the opposite end, we've already got Mino, who's playing on Athletics, Arku, who is a fantastic veteran of the Swiss scene, and then Aqua, that young Frenchman coming into the fold. So many different storylines here. And of course, TCS, always a big shout out to them for letting us provide them to everyone that's involved.
Just shows you when the competition's there, people will turn up. Rome wasn't built in a day, and TCS even proved that as well in their own terms, because right now, if you look at it, veterans of the league, and you're sort of sitting there sort of going, how are some of them mid-table, how are some of them dropping in the regulation battle? It's a bit of an unusual one, but when you look at this pitch as well here, briefly, when you talk about Mino, who had one of the best saving records, he hasn't even got a look in the first minute, already our opening goal of the night.
Aqua, beautiful layoff. The second touch as well to push out that little bit further over towards Arku. Just an exquisite play. 48 seconds on into the game, and Latiques already putting down a very, very strong statement. But they're a Legacy. They want revenge right now. They want to prove themselves. Always the underdog, Danny. Always getting looked over. And Kasalian used to be their coach, came in as a main man on the roster, has always looked to defy the odds right there, nearly being able to do it too, being able to keep the game in play. Pipifax looking for Kasalian. He's got to jump really far off the wall there. Pre-jumped is so early. The linger, believe the fake for two, and it's an equalising goal.
Oh, this is fabulous. This is delicate to watch. I can love it every time. And you talk about the coach figure as well. Do they even use that RLCX? Look at the Sonics roster in terms of like Roldes, retired, came back and improved himself. That once you hang up the controller, you can come out and play. If that's your coach, oh, there are going to be some scary rosters as this league develops.
Definitely are always looking to improve, to find the odds last season coming in and just, wow, and the season beforehand has got to be said, just continuously up in the ante. Kasalian once again on the ball, but he's got no boost here. Just looking to get it down into the corner, allow time for his teammates to push on up. Tooth not going to be able to get past Mino, but Kasalian once again keeping this pressure applied. Finally a pass on out to center. Tooth goes wide of target. Mino's got to be careful there. Aqua responded well, but Tooth, look at him lingering along that wall, just ready to throw anything back into the mixer whenever he can. And once again, talk about throwing in the mixer, talk about throwing it in the net here from him. What a drop.
It's an exquisite placement as well from that earlier miss. You can imagine a slight bit of aggravation maybe slipping in, sort of going, it's only game one, gotta keep calm, gotta keep control. The fact, as you said, linger around, it was fabulous, but when you have the scoreline to make it 3, 4, 5, it's already possible because of how they're playing, already strong, already will. But with Tooth missing that one, leaves the door slightly open for an equalising goal.
No touches, not coming on through. Aqua wanting to stall things out. We'll find Arku off of this. Pass paper factory was called off by Kasalian. Aqua along the wall. He just needs to be able to set up a pass, but loses control. Tooth with a demo onto him, but Mino's kept it. Still in the fold here, in attack. All this pressure applied, but nothing cracking that wall just yet. Finally an attempt coming on through from Arku as Tooth had a whoopsie. But there you go, tied up, and there is nothing splitting these two sides.
Well, just like that, moves across, and you simply looked at it. Doesn't split it after 3 minutes worth of gameplay. You said yourself, Bacon, going into this game, this is going to be a division of the league table. Whoever gets this will set themselves with a tone of maybe challenging within the top 4 potentially. Already it seems to be proving this, and already we see the defence being tried and tested, and that's an excellent clearance back into the mid lane.
Looking at the stats, you'd probably want to favour Latiques here, but you've got to always take into consideration the opponents you played beforehand, and it's still early days, so stats can be a little bit flattering sometimes here, Danny. But Aku, oh, nearly flattering that net with a goal. Just a little bit too high. Really needed the second man to take the risk and come in to finish that.
Maybe in a risk, but Mina was already and highlighted him as potential dangers. And you're right with your earlier point in terms of the scoreline can be flattering. And so far, 2 weeks worth of gameplay, Toof has been the outright leading goal scorer in his outright team here. That has to change here. The other two, particularly, it's not a bad record, 5-1 individually, but they've got to work more unique in terms of the team play, because as you see, Toof's hanging around just cleaning up those goals. Fabulous if he was the third man, but we've seen him so far tonight here. He's pushing up a lot at first, got a second as well too. So it's going to be the ability to adapt in this series that's going to be crucial.
Sailing out to mid is found. It was a beautiful connection with Pipifax, but Aku does well to respond in time. Pipifax wanting to get this to Toof once again, looking for the hat-trick. Not found. Kasalian just with a throw towards net. Again, constant pressure being applied. But when you look at Latiques, they are strong. They are sturdy in that net. The counter coming out, but unfortunately all a little bit clustered up on that line. It's looking like we're going to be inching closer towards the OT, nearly trying to scramble it on in. But finally, the ball does touch the floor. And Danny, we've got an OT in game 1.
Bacon, have you wrote the script for TCS? Because you know how much I love a good OT.
Buddy,
I dislike you, Bacon, right now. You like short OTs. I want a 30-minute OT, Bacon.
Dude, that's part of the NDA. You're not allowed to let that be leaked. It's just the first of many OTs here. Don't you worry, my dude. You're a legacy. I would argue the underdogs coming into this game have taken game 1. Underdogs is really not fair to them, I'll admit it. But it is just when you look at the caliber of Latiques in previous seasons, always being able to hit those highs, coming into this, they're a legacy, are just such a staple now. They are such a strong, hardy team that even if they don't have that sort of top of the leaderboard, not caliber, but results behind them, every single week they are a threat. So you've always got to give them full respect. And when you look at how they play, Danny, it is fairly safe, isn't it? It's all about just applying pressure, waiting for that touch to come on through. Most of the time it comes from Tooth, but they're just always having a third man back to give them a bit of safety in defense.
I agree with you. And the other bit I would like to sort of tag along that bit is when you see Tooth there dragging across, and well, they get one goal there. They haven't even given time for the analysis because they just want to pop off and prove us all wrong. That caliber you're talking about, Bacon, what caliber? We are the weapon.
You know what? The only thing bad about that play is Pipifax. You should have let Kasalian have that one, my dude. I know there's not going to be any lost love between teammates and no lost love between the teams as well. As wowzer, that is a quick response.
Oh, this is fabulous, and it's straight in top right. It's almost like I think both teams will probably just go, can we pretend at the last 10 seconds and call it 0-0, because 2 kickoff goals, it's unusual for happening at this level, but it does. It gives them a bit of confidence. They know where the net is, but Air Legacy, they might feel a slight worse up the 2 because they've let it in earlier, but so far control, concise in that earlier point from that sort of transition between game to game. It's the sidelines where you have to look at as well. They controlled it perfectly well. They're using the options to bring it back in. He's already scored once before. Why not a second time too?
Yeah, Aku getting blocked out brilliantly by Tooth there. Last man on the line. Mino not able to reach it. And Pipifax just perfectly placed in the mid. That right there was just a bang-up play coming out from our Legacy. Like, I couldn't ask them to do that any better. They truly outplayed Latiques.
Simple, it was effective, and quite clearly what they drew up from their scrims and practice, they've actually transferred that over into match day scenario. We've seen plenty of teams through our course of our casting careers, Bacon, where teams fail to do that. It's perfect example of the gameplay, and that's a brilliant block by Tuve, and that should have been 3.
Pipfax, point blank into the post. The bounce just not favouring him there. They'll have to go hunt him once again. Mino allows Aqua to step on in. That's a massive bounce out, but Pipfax does connect with it. Arku couldn't get a touch. Kassalian keeping it down in attack, keeping the pressure applied. The pass across net. Of course, Pipfax dead in the center along the floor. Wasn't ready to step forward, but now, oh, he got it to back to him, but just could not get the shot on target. Kassalian with the pressure once again. Arku trying to get clearance, looking for Aqua up in the air, but Pipfax gets it away to a bit of safety, but only for so long. What a cutting from Mino.
Back to Pipfax trying to bring that across, and it's just too heavy of a touch. He's not giving Concealer any time to sort of sweep in and move across, and that's the unfortunate error in that play. But we've been here before, Bacon. Very early it was 2-2 with what, 2 minutes near enough off the clock before. How did that one end in game 1?
The thing is, I don't see this one ending 2-2. I think we've got another 4 goals coming out. This is going to be a 4-all OT down here. That's my current prediction right now. Because as quick as one team gets a goal, the other responds in such fantastic fashion. Whilst these have not yet been any that, to me, scream of goal of the week, they've just been very, very solid team plays and each backing up each other. And you can see a build-up in momentum where everyone's on the same page. Unfortunately, defense can just sometimes leave a little bit left to answer. Look, Pipfax getting boost. The same on over in the opposite corner. So Aqua's had his stolen away. Arku's there just on a comeback. And that's where the little slip-ups come into action when they think they're safe when they're really not.
Defensively, yes, there's a few mistakes. Yes, when you feel that bit of confidence, that safety. But as you said slightly beforehand, and agree with you, Bacon, that when the team scores, the other one comes back, and you have this very high score line sort of outplays that seems to be coming in. But when you have this type of play, oh, I was hoping Pipfax was going to come into play there and have that potential goal of the week scenario. Tad unfortunate, but pressure still maintained in one direction.
Now Pipfax absolutely loving life, but Mino is as well. He's just picked up his second goal, beautifully delivered via Arku. 2 players in there. 2, quite frankly, isn't doing much because Kassalian can't reach across in time, and that is perfect punishment.
But sympathetic took himself out due to the rotation, and I don't know, Bacon, your early position of 4-4 OT, or at least the amount of goals being scored, looking much more favourable, and well, it might just occur in that pass again, and that's the only bit of a strange bit of the play I don't understand, Bacon, and I don't say that very often. You have the pass into the middle, you go for it, you just seen Akko do exactly that. It pays off when you attack the ball.
Right here, classic old shake and bait. You look at Tooth there thinking it was going to be quickly whipped into that bottom right hand corner, but second man came on in. Arku to finish off, and bottom left he goes with it. 1 minute 30 left in this. Naira Legacy once again hunting for an equalizer. They've got to be careful because right now it is Latique's looking to extend their lead. They've got all the pressure applied. Kassalian beats into the ball by Arku. Tooth is there. The bounce out coming through from Arku, who does get the 50-50s, but Pipfax holds down the fort very well. Tooth now with a clearance. But straight into Arku. Mino should be back, but he's just punched it up into his own corner. Arku's done well to get this pass on out from Mino. Great pass on over towards Aqua once again, but this needs to be finished off. Tooth just slowing the play down, and Pipfax follows up very well onto it.
Back pass as well to keep control back into the centre, but time is of the essence now for our Legacy. They have to get this ball downfield, still keep actually on to it. Tooth there with a good boost, still makes nothing of it. Kassalian Shows you a bit of coach's tuition there. Brings the ball back into the middle. Nice touch back into the middle. You can see the idea. They're trying to whip it back into the middle. But I pointed out this one before. If they're doing it, they have to actually go for it.
You do indeed. Otherwise, you're just handing it on over the back pass from Aqua to Mino. He wants to go for the second touch. Backed out of it very early. Saw Paperbacks was there. Aqua once again. But Casalian holds down the line. They can't hold down the line anymore. They've got to keep this on up, and instead, Paperbacks drops it into the floor. Latiques, Nani gets an equalizer, and this is now definitely turning into a game 4. Beforehand, we were looking at today, and what we were looking going 3-1s. That's where we should get across the board, right? And this perhaps could go to a 3-2.
Oh. As an introduction, I love a decent 3-2 and it has all the recipe for it there, but I want to make a little bit of an asterisk there. When you say 3-1 in terms of that, there's going to be like a quick day here. These have made an absolute treat with some of the players here so far here, but it just feels like Air Legacy is just letting this game slip by. They may have lost the last game here. This has to be a solidifying game here, because effectively you may as well call it 3-0 if they don't fight back from here on out.
Very harsh, but very true. Our Legacy straight fighting back once again. Danny, they were gifted the ball in the midfield a little bit. You can look at Latiques not wanting to overcommit as much in the midfield as they were back in game 1. That's given them a little bit of safety, especially when you got Arku very far back there, easily able to get away. Paperbacks is being to that, and now Ira Legacy have all absolutely overstepped it. Big demo coming out from Paperbacks. No one's home, of course. The demo does come through, but he's not there in time, and that was just a great outplay.
Fabulous demo. It's a shame he doesn't get the assist to credit for him. Oh, controls that moves across. You may think I'm harsh at times speaking. You might think I might be the sort of mean-spirited man, but I want to see them play well. I want Air Legacy to go through. I'm also a tad bit biased because I'm a big 2 fan secretly. Don't tell the players that.
It's the hair. Like, how can you just hate the man with the best hair in Rocket League, quite frankly? Ooh, Tooth not
I think the
able to get
Eternal
onto
J
that.
might disagree there.
I mean, Jay's got a big head, right? It's the ego in there. He just can't accept loss. Just needs. It's fine.
You said it, not me, no.
What a goal!
Well, if we may have been talking about egos, well, the pass from Mino deservedly right, so I know the shot from Akira came in, but you're talking about Matchday worthy. That there deserves all the confidence from it, Bacon. 1-1.
Beautiful play to tie up the game. Both sides now really have to go the extra mile. Big demo coming up from Mino, sort of giving a little bit of revenge, perhaps even karma to Ira's first goal. Everyone using every single possible trick in their playbook to outdo one another. The cross on over from Arku does connect with Mino, but Tooth able to get away. Mino wanted to just be very cheeky, have another bite of the cherry. Unfortunately, all he's done is hit the stone. It looks painful doing it. He's able to keep his composure, able to keep the boys from Latiques in attack, but for how long, especially when Casalian is lunging in with shots like that. Tooth wanted to keep it up in the corner. Aqua can only put it high, and this is not safe at all. Arku needs to find a teammate, needs to find a big clear, but all they're doing right now is keeping it on the goal line. That is not confident at all, but Tooth cannot win out the 50-50. Perhaps Mino with a big clearance here. Yes, we'll get it down into the Ira half.
Somewhat back and forth, but you mentioned it earlier in form of 2 coming in there, just controlling the gameplay, just lingering around, just an apt phrase for his play style was perfect. But you're just seeing a few demos there just sparked across the field. At the moment here, we're just seeing the game calm down, just relax for a moment. Yes, there's going to be a play. Yes, the pace is going to come back here. But Bacon, the players need a breather here. This is what this moment is right now. Just keep an eye out for the boost steal, because this will play dividends for whoever gets the next goal.
Perhaps even demos. It's who is going to, make the first move to take control of the pitch, the ball, whatever scenario, because everyone's going to be playing a little bit more defensive right now unless there's a massive slip up. There's the demo coming on through, but it's more so just to ease the defense, make it harder to attack. But Pifax left that right to the line. That was nervy stuff.
Good composure in the situation as well. We saw the conceded earlier with having two in net, maybe you can arguably say one. The fact that he's able to sit there, wait for the flip reset, gets it out, that's the ability to read the game well. And for the double, not happening. And good control there by Cillian, just to tip it to the side. Lose a bit of rotation to come into play now.
Arku. It's going to be straight down Pifax, but not if he's got anything to say about it. Cillian not allowing that ball to be put in front of net, but a whiff from Tooth. And Mino is there to put it away. Heads in hands moments right now, because this should have been a save. Tooth knows that. Unfortunately, just pre-jumped it, got too eager.
Just a simple case, you want to get it away. You don't blame him. In that situation, you want to get it away, but frankly, if he loses it from here, it's the worst mistake. And frankly, this is just pain added on.
A nightmare right now for Ira Legacy. But, Danny, 50 seconds left on the clock. If you're going to be a pedantic about it, 49, yes. But that's still tons of time. They can get 2 goals in that.
Well, it could be more pedantic. We say there's infinite amount of time to keep the ball up if it's 3-2.
Only if they do get 1 goal in that time. If not, it's already done and dusted. You can't get 2 goals in that span. 20 seconds gone by, Danny, and nothing even sniffed at so far.
Just give them a bit of time. We may have seen one kick-off goal, but they don't come. 49 seconds may be a lifetime on the pitch, Bacon, if you can just get the ball and move it in the right case. We've seen they had 1 ball upfield, but I mentioned this once before, maybe twice even, that they haven't taken the chances, they haven't taken the pass when it's there. They are afraid to pull the trigger.
With that demo onto Kasalian, we move on to match point. Latiques 2-1 up in this series, and Danny finally starting to step ahead. Latiques just seem, if there is an opening, they will find it. Ira Legacy just need to play at 100%. They cannot make the mistakes. Latiques are a little bit more of a faster side, so they cover up those mistakes a little bit better, don't they?
Seems to be the case, and with that sort of ability to cover mistakes is tantamount to their rotation as well, to the fact that they have somebody there to move it, shuttle it across a while, and sometimes even giving the ball over. So we're going, we've made the mistake, but what can you do with it? What can you make us do in error in return there? That was a fabulous save, but the shot placement even better.
Yeah, when you look at it, it's Mino, fantastic stuff. Aqua here, I'm not massively convinced of. I get the idea he's wanting to put it out towards Arku, but the step in from Pipufax, what a punishment.
We got one slight problematic situation here, Bacon. We've been here before. They've scored 1. Actually, I'm not even going to bother saying this. Not even going to bother saying what I was going to. They've outright done what I wanted to do, was score the second. Credit to them, they've done it.
What they couldn't do in 50 seconds in the last game, they've just completely done in 15 seconds in this one. Who knows? Maybe they just needed that break, the mental reset. Right now, our Legacy are absolutely grinning. No frowns here. They have been turned completely upside down, but Latiques, can you turn this game upside down? Turn it back on its head. Get those 2 equalizing goals. Perhaps. Just perhaps. upset someone's day. A little bit of a rain on our Legacy parade. No, they're all friends here, Danny. Every single player in the TCSEL Sports League, friends of one another. But when you get on that pitch, it's like magic, evil witchcraft. Because right there, friendship don't matter for now, does it?
Has to be if you want to be successful. Sometimes you gotta separate between feelings, the emotions for outright success. And do you know what here? We may have been talking 3-1 maybe on some particular matches. 3-2. Come on, let's have the best of 5 series going the distance here, Bacon.
It is feeling ever so much closer to that game 5, but I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, Danny. We've only been granted one game 5 so far this
Sorry, Bacon,
season.
what was that?
Okay, that has just made it more convincing. But I still can't count it out purely because there's 3.5 minutes left in this game, Danny. We've seen it happen before.
I won't mention which particular team that I cast for regularly, but I say it quite regularly enough, Bacon. I don't want to see, if you're, of course, our Legacy fan to lose 4 goals in the quick we're in, because you're talking about a 90% win rate from this point in time. That's how high the percentage is right now. So, it's scary if they lose it.
And that is only that percentage is only brought down by one singular watery team, you know? That's the problem. It would be higher if it was anyone else. So 3 minutes left to go, but if they want to turn it around, it's got to happen now. It's got to be that connection. Arku just going high of net. Aqua throwing it back into the bowl. Tuke will get it down into the corner. Mino wrapping it on around, but Kasabian able to get that block. Beautiful pass to Aqua, but he's gone a little bit too tricksy with that, Danny. He didn't need to throw it so high. He just overthought the scenario.
100% agree with you on that. Frankly, should have played it much simpler. But I like, again, just maybe put this out here. You're 4-0 down. It's unlikely you're going to win it from that. I'm not going to say they're going to give a bit of an attempt at it. Of course, there's plenty of time to do so. But they could use this as a mental reset. Use it to test a couple of things. 5 doesn't matter. 6 doesn't matter. Their opposition now can simply say, what have we not tried before? What can we do just to maybe poke them a little bit, just to see if we get the reaction and use that against them in game 5?
I think for, the entire series, you give up on this right now. If you're Latix, you give up on game 4 and just say, we go to game 5 and we use these final 2 minutes to figure out any weaknesses that Ira Legacy have, because I said it earlier, Danny, they are made of strong stuff. They are the core, I would argue, to what you look at in the TCS Esports League. A team that just have such mental fortitude that it doesn't matter who they face up against. They have the strong belief that they can beat them, and they know that they can beat them. It all depends on the opponent and whether they turn up on the day or not, whether they give it the extra 110% that they need to take down these absolute bastions of Rocket League in Switzerland.
Just sorry about that ability of doing as a fabulous stop in the situation, and I know it's 5-0 up in this case, but this pains me, Bacon, being mostly a third man in games.
It's fine.
I
The
know
way
it's
you look
fine.
at this right now is they found a weakness. If they can get a second, perhaps even a third goal, they don't need to take the game. If they can get just a second or third, then going into that game 5, Ira Legacy are going to be a bit worried.
You're telling
It's
me
crumbled.
here. Joe, I'm scared here, Bacon, because simply of 2 reasons. Frankly,
Go on.
you're 4 or 5-0 up, you're comfortably going there, you have 2 mistakes that lets in. And in the last couple of games, the Teaks went 3-2 down, 3-4 down, and 1-3-1 here. They have not really put a foot wrong here. They've been basically scoring 3 goals per game. Goes down here is 2.5. Frankly, that they're able to be this consistent for their third one. This is the worrying factor. I think the comeback's on here, Bacon.
Hold, yeah, your horses. I wasn't counting my chickens, Danny. I'm glad I didn't start because whilst we were saying most teams have that for Latiques, I mean, you can just look at their name, you can look at their flag in the intro video. You know they're just going to be bringing a wild time. You know what? What I want now, I don't care about the game 5 anymore. I want another overtime. I want this to be tied up just for the story. The shot put on is just high of net. A rule 2, and that has left it open. Aqua has brought it back within 1.
I don't want to say that I called it Bacon, but it frankly was on the stars in the horizon. I was just looking at the gameplay from that 2 mistakes. I'm going, I've been here before as a player. I know exactly what's going to happen here. And these are the situations when you're up 5-0 now, 5-4. You just pray and hope that the next goal is not your error, because there's going to be a few arguments in the comms.
Notice as well, Tooth did break that rule 2, Danny, just before, because he wanted to have the chance. This is good stalling from Casalian. This needs to be kept back up in the air. That's a 50-50, and that's actually put so much height onto it. You can see Pipax wants to drop to the floor and does get it. So we do get that game 5, but that was some Monker-esque moments right there towards the end of game 4. Latiques nearly bringing it on back. Iron Legacy, they are on the under here going into game 5. You know, that's 4 on the trot from Latiques, where Iron Legacy right there were looking injured. They were wounded.
They were looking like for a Florence Nightingale to sit there, suture them up and have a bit of respite. That's how bad it got at one point. And it was a strange situation because you looked at that there 5-0 down. You just, if you're going to concede probably 3's your upper limit, you don't want to go any further. The fact that it went to 4 is scary. What's even scarier, Bacon, they're fighting for that upper echelon of the league. They're fighting in a game 5.
So game 5 underway. What a way to kick today off. Latiques 4 in a row there, but it is going to be boys in that mint chocolate green, which I absolutely love, who get the first goal. This was a little bit of a kerfuffle in the corner, Danny.
It was, I was maybe a bit scared. They may have considered a bit of phone numbers as well to exchange. Do you want to talk after the game? Happens, Rule 2-ish, if you want to get that. And I've just read what 2 wrote.
Yeah, goal of the week, fair enough. What
No.
did Twitch chat fix? Goal of the week right there?
No,
April
you're not
Fools?
getting it 2. No,
A bit
please
late
no.
for that one. Yeah. Well, 40 seconds gone on by. First goal going in the way of Iron Legacy. And for me, Danny, that brings them back into this game as well, because it picks you back up, gives you that motivation. And of course, they've got to be careful because Latiques really had them on the ropes there. Talk about on the ropes. Literally walking the tightrope right here between a bounce out and a goal. Mino somehow threading it so well.
Right, it was bouncing down the way it did, was just showed you he actually took a bit of pace off the ball to make sure the accuracy went in. And there was a maybe potential follow-up player too, but unsure what the defender could have maybe just stolen away from him. But you made 1 point that was key earlier there, Bacon, which frankly was a bit of self-belief, a bit of confidence. What I would like to say as well was Tooth scored that goal as well too, wrote in the chat. That just shows you they're relaxed and laughed off the 5-4 situation. They know it's 2-2 and they're comfortable with their own gameplay. That's a key factor in the league play, and the fact they've just done this as well is outstanding. How has that not gone in?
Aqua is a brick wall. Nothing getting past him. I don't know, TCS's own Gandalf there. not allowing the ball rock to come on through as Aqua gets the pass out to center. A big demo in the back lines. Double demo going either way as Aqua does ferry the ball down to corner. Mino looking to get high. The pass on out for Arku. Back towards Aqua, but Arku sticks on it. Very interesting lines coming through here.
The outcome as well too, because we mentioned many times throughout the series as well, this is the match to sort of creep top 5, maybe even further up to, presuming they consistently have those good matches, those good records as well. But we have half time here. We've only seen 2 goals in the game 5 here, and we've seen 1 or 2 small mistakes here. The clock ticks down further, big, and I'm going to see those gaps become much bigger in the areas. Well, they're going to be as more costly as well too.
Indeed. Tooth trying to get the bounce out off the backboard, and Kassalian just having to get a clearance into his own half. Risky business. He's got it up high in the air. He's looking to run it the entire way. Does beat Mina on that one as Mina just cannot wrap around it. But luckily Aqua does get a save. Tooth once again trying to throw it back into the mix, into the box. Pipifax to return it. But Arku not even challenged up in the air. So right now when you look at Iron Legacy, they've got to be careful. Okay. Very careful.
Does TCS have any spare fragiles or a packaging label? Because I think some need to go round to car at the moment.
Care, yes.
Yes.
Just slap that on the ball. I'd love that so much. Okay, just wide of target. Kassalian's only popped in. That's only going to, avert crisis for a few short moments. Ira Legacy really only just hanging on by a hair, it feels like, at the moment.
Which is a strange thing, because they've been likely to score 3 times within the last sort of 2.5 minutes where the gameplay just shows you what our good friend Our League always talks about is momentum in a series. It's like a pendulum, it does swing back and forth, and here's a stellar opportunity. And again, where's the flick, where's the bit? Oh, you've done it twice. That's goal of the week too.
You're not getting lucky a second time, and yes, Archie putting in goal for week as well. Not even close than the post, he's gonna say. Oh, well, Danny, it's got to be a redemption time now. You've got to get a redeeming goal and send this to OT. If not, Iron Legacy is gonna look bad finishing up this series, isn't it?
It's going to be one of those games where they're going to say it's got away from us, and that will sting even more. It's not the games that you outright lost that will hurt, it's the ones that you could have won, and they've got 30 seconds to do it from here on out.
RQ, Hive, Net, Aqua, wanting to chase up. Wants to hold this off from the line as well. You can see they're thinking about, do we just take this with a 1-game lead? Or do we try and rush to get another goal? Indecision could hurt them for a moment as Aqua does get a cheeky little pop, but Kassalian is allowed to step on in. It's high above net. The miss from Arku. Backs into the corner. This ball is basically going to be on a buzzer beater if it's to tie it on up for Ira Legacy. You can see Arku wanting to just be a nuisance there. Pipfax needs to get a touch. Does get 50-50 against Arku. Tooth with the bounce out. Aqua just throwing it at net, and that's going to be enough. Hooks it to floor. Latiques take series 1 of the evening. 3-2. It went to game 5, and it was a cracker of a series.
Oh, I have to say that was an absolute treat to watch, and do you know what I love as well? It's not necessarily how sometimes the seriousness of the game as well, it's the personality of the players come through. And we've seen with our Legacy as well, the hardened shell within them, the sort of that core as you described it, suits it well, suits it personally. And the fact that Two's able to laugh, not only the fact that he's owned gold, and near enough twice before it as well too, he's able to still come out with a smile and sort of going, we've lost it, we'll dust ourselves down, and there's always another week to play.
You're right, there is always another week, another 6, Danny. So, of course, like I said, we're only at the early parts of this season. But, of course, there's also another interview. This one coming up after the break. Guys, don't go anywhere. Still 4 more matches left this evening. The mid-time show as well, where we're going to have a chance to grab a cut of, I can't believe I'm going to say this, 6,500 credits to spend in Rocket League. And of course, that interview coming up with one of the players from Latix after this break. See you soon.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Run for your fucking life.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got Arku in the commentary booth with us to have a little interview. First up, dude, what a close series that was between yourself and Ira Legacy. Any, just opening thoughts on how that series went for you guys?
Yeah, it was a very, very close series. The games were pretty weird because sometimes we didn't know why we scored that many goals in a few times, or why we concede that many goals. Like, if I remember right, it's the game 4. We barely come back a 5-goal lead in 1 minute. Was a bit weird, but yeah, close series. Happy to have won this one.
Well, when you talk about the series being slightly unusual as well too, what was the comms like? Because I was looking at there and we were mentioning about your opposition having such a strong core as well. Who is actually on your roster that's to get through those sort of sticky situations, especially in that sort of 5-4 series going into game 5? Who's sort of that leader in the camp that gets that spirit maybe a bit up going into that decider?
It's pretty old team. We know everyone very good. We are friends, so we are not very tilting or stuff like this. It can be frustrating sometimes in games, and there is always someone to just say, okay, chill. We know we can win this one, and just focus, go next, and yeah. That's pretty old team. I'm happy to have a team which everyone can be a bit the leader, or I can communicate good calls to the teammates.
So, talking about just the good vibes going on between the team right here, it's got to be said that it's been a great start to the season for you guys, with now sitting 2-1 up, but that one loss being to Edelweiss. Was that just an expected loss? You were the team to take the one and only game off the famous 5-time boys, but where do you see yourselves finishing up this season? Like, are we going to see this form continue from you guys since you've taken down strong sides like Lausanne and now our Legacy are sort of like a mid-table sort of rock? Are we seeing you guys make top 4 or perhaps even higher?
I hope higher. I hope higher than top 4. The goal for the team in the league play is to reach the top 3 to secure the final spot, which is now pretty hard because we lost to Edelweiss. So that means we only can lose to one team. And I think it's going to be Coconutters, the hardest one to beat. But I honestly believe in our capacity and believe in our gameplay to make this top 3.
It seems to be you've got sort of the structure, the mental focus there. We've heard everything about it, but I would like to maybe look at maybe a wee bit of a light-hearted moment. Your opposition, Tooth, there nearly own goal at one point and actually unfortunately did there. Is that goal of the week out of interest in your mind, or do you think somebody else may deserve in that series?
There are maybe the goal of how do we say the Clune goal of the week maybe in this series. Yeah, 2 times there was just like so random, and this last one I think Tough just panicked because it's 1 minute left, game 5, and you have to make a not easy touch. So yeah, it was unlucky for him at this moment, just a bit random, and I think all about the pressure.
So, final question of the interview for you, Arku. Next week, you guys face off against the Swiss Incredible Rebels. How do you think that series is going to go?
I honestly think we have a pretty big edge on Team Sir because I know very well their playstyle. And I think this is a playstyle that we are strong against. Maybe a bit the same playstyle as Lausanne, with long passes or clears, and sometimes just one player going for a once mechanic. So we are pretty confident for this one, and we hope to take the victory.
Fantastic stuff. Well, we'll let you get on with the rest of your evening because we also have to get on with the rest of the evening. After this break, guys, we've got Mind Sanity versus the Coconuts here on the TCS Esports League. Be sure to stay tuned. See you on the other side.
We are Mind Sanity. Be careful.
Mind Sanity there, finishing out the intro video, and of course, with the doggo as well. Wish we could see him onto the pitch. Maybe get an interview with him later if we get to speak to Tabs. But for now, they're going up against Coconuts here, Danny. And to put it simple, this is going to be a difficult series for them when Coconuts are already looking a little bit, I wouldn't say wounded. Not to be mean to them, but Coco hold themselves as, and just because of the players, they hold themselves as truly believing they are the best in Switzerland. Aid-wise this season, without, a solid third man, Batu coming on into the fold, that manager coach stepping in for the Swiss region. And of course, we've also seen them step onto the international roster as well. That's when Coconuts, when you've got Texo, they're probably bringing in this star-studded lineup of Yagi, Dead Monster. You've got Classic on the sub-bench. We even saw Rob Kieran come on in last week. Coconuts were probably thinking we should be 6-0 by this point. But, we've seen big performances from our Legacy and, of course, the Swiss Incredible Rebels last week, where Coconuts seem like they are vulnerable, I think is the best way to put it.
I would understand why you're saying that and why you look at the whole rosters and the lines up and you somewhat feel like a team may not look a specific way. And when you talk about that sort of record as well, sort of starting at 6-2, I hate to sort of bring it up. I couldn't care. My record is 20 and 10 or something. As long as I got the series wins to prove it, that's all that you mainly look at. The game differential should only be looked as like a tiebreaker scenario if you're in a top lineup, a top roster. And we can look at past histories of like some rival series, that very particular team that's maybe gone on to win everything else, known as a roster who only won game fives. If you're getting the wins and you're getting yourself a set and getting in that race of a top three, you heard actually in the interview earlier, we think we're good enough to get into that top three or reach into it. That's what the Coconutters are aiming to do, where my insanity, I would say, is a roster just trying to play to keep the league spot. That's how I see it at the moment. I would like to be proven wrong, but when you have somebody on the field who I've known quite personally, who I've seen play at the highest of all level, and the form of Dead Monster, I think it's a 3-0 written all over it.
And when we, even with those sort of like 2-game losses, which I feel it's so harsh for us to say, Coconuts aren't living up to their standard. That's just because we expect so much of them, don't we? But if you look at it, Yagi right now is probably seen as the top MVP within the league from the first 2 weeks. Just to really put it into numbers for people at home, averaging out over 500 points per game, Danny. Now, with how the point system, the scoring system changed, what was it, about a year and a half ago? That's an incredible number. Most other players within the league will be looking at about 390, 400. So consistently putting in the work for the team. He's not even got the most number of goals as well. That goes to Texo. His points are coming from assists and touches in the midfield alongside the number of shots.
Well, again, it's when that sort of point that you bring up in terms of statistics, when you're actually going over 400 at a professional level, you're looking at as simply the case of it being, you are probably in the sort of the top 10 conversations of all time in that sort of region. When you're creeping even further higher up at 500, you're sort of becoming almost like an Astral or someone incredible who pulls all the mechanics, all the stats. The fact that one player, one team's getting that high number statistically, and I'm just talking about on score alone, just shows you how much impact he has. The real question I've got to ask myself as well, say hypothetically here, Bacon, if Yagi moves out, Classics came in and that there, how much of the roster would drop down? Are we still talking a midline table? Because that's always my worry when the player doesn't show up. Who steps up in that roster? Who moves into it? I know it's such a harsh thing to say sometimes about a team, but I always look in the case of if there's a DC or if there's ever an issue where the player doesn't perform that day, what's their B game like? And if the Coconutters so far, they played fabulous, but they haven't played the elite up the Swiss scene yet. That's the issue that I have yet with that sort of comparison in terms of the numbers just yet.
I love how you're trying to set the seed here, Danny, because we know we're in the lobby. We know that today's lineup is going to be Classic, Dead Monster, and Texo. So Yagi is not in. You're right. We're going to be seeing all 5 members within the first 3 weeks of this team. And how do they play without Yagi? Like you said, he's been largely the connector between the team, setting up so many opportunities, putting so many shots forward. So what do we see here? The thing is, Classic has always been that middleman, that controller of the pitch. Dead Monster is normally, when we see him on other teams and such, an absolute monster as well. He will probably be picking up that initiator of attacks, and then Texo is going to be your sweep across, your finisher. So by all accounts, this team should work fine. I would say they could drop game 1 just because they've got to figure each other out again. You know, this is a team that has other projects elsewhere internationally, and they play the Swiss scene together because they look at the pedigree of the players that are on this team and think, you know what, even without, you know, scrimming and literally try harding until week 7, week 8, we have got the potential to take the lead. We've got the potential to take the season. That's just the confidence that the players have in themselves. So Classic stepping up, filling in Yagi's shoes. I have no worry about this side at all because they'll just go into a very, I want to say, instinctive ranked strategy.
I'll have to agree with you there, and it's somewhat maybe even a disservice as well to Classic as well to say he's filling Yagi's shoes. Classic himself is an outstanding player. He has got himself as a credit, but when you talk about Yagi and that sort of position or everything else, you do unfortunately have that comparison to make, and it does him a disservice. But again, that's how you look at it, and you made another fabulous point as well in terms of Dead Monster. He is going to be that player that will look at the step up as well, but in most teams as well, we've seen in the likes of Ricks or Stormtroopers or even the Italian League when he did do that, he wasn't actually the highest scorer or anything sort of outstanding bar the Italian League. That was a small maybe asterisk to that, but because he knew the region maybe much better. He was always the man he cleaned up. He was that solid, solidifying rock. And if you look at it as well, the ones player in him as well too will make this interesting as well too. Can he outplay the opposition in one swift move? We'll find out quite shortly.
We will indeed. As the players hop onto the pitch, it's going to be Mind Sanity in the blue and the boys of Coconutters in that grey. Of course, this is the first time you're tuning in to the TCS Esports League. You will be a little bit outstanded by the colour choices, but of course we replicate the logos and the home colours when we can of these teams. And Santi always rocking that crisp, cool blue. Coconutters always seen as like the evil team, the heel quite often, Danny, is the ones, the usurpers to the thrones, the big bad guys looking to steal it away from Edelweiss or Savet Geneva. But that's a role which, if you know the lads, you speak to them, you know they do not fear at all. They're just fantastic players that like a little bit of trouble every now and then. You know, they like a bit of a joke and to cause a little bit of turmoil every now and then.
Yeah, they're not necessarily the bad boys, they're just the troublemakers in the classroom. Just wants a bit of attention, wants to be noticed. Well, do you know what? They are going to be noticed. I'm huge fans of near enough every one of those players outright. The only issue I have as well, I know Kara quite well on the opposite side. I want to see him do well. But sadly, he concedes one, and it is quite literally 1-0.
First minute on the pitch this season in Classic already putting his mark on down. And Danny, this is scary for me because Coconuts have such a well thought out playstyle already, you know, and this could spell doom for Mind Santi because Coconuts are given full respect as well. You know, they're trying to just link up with one another. You can see Classic back in defense. Kara's going on for the bumps, but Classic is able just to worm his way on out. Dead Monster looking for the pass down towards Classic, but Kara getting these bumps out, getting physical. Now that is something I wouldn't have expected out of the gates from Mind Santi, is this physicalness we're seeing.
It's going to be...
That is goal of the week already!
I don't get to say this very often about a player, but I just love Dead. I just want that on a big T-shirt or something as well too, because as a player, he makes things look simple. He's one of the most mechanically sound players. It's not fancy, it's nothing outlandish. He makes the basic look so simply easy, and it gives you that sort of confidence when us as casters, we can go in the rank, we can play that. And then after 30 minutes, we realise why we're the analysts, why we're on the desk. As Classic puts in his second as well, showing his return as well. I think it's just not quite as good as Dead's, to be fair.
Unfortunately not. Tabs did get the touch to that, but just could not get there in time to put it away. And so, Coconutters within 2 minutes have already got this 3-0, and Dead Monster is back on the attack. Wanted to get the drop down, Texo holding. What a pass that was! Oh, good stuff from Tabs to get saved, but Coco, they could just be having a highlight reel day today. You know, they are putting so many good plays on him. Classic. Deep downfield. Tabs picking it on up. Now, what can he do if it's just not able to follow through with the ball? Resi. This is a nice little option he's got here. He's got Tabs on the inside, but the pinch just a little bit too wild there. Or at least Tabs just couldn't read it to jump across. It was near enough there for the taking, but the boys not with the quick reactions or the cohesion to be able to link and carry. Somehow win off of the little fake, you could argue. The way that Coconuts respond is just something else. They're so solid, so in touch with another. We were expecting this first game to be a little bit scrappy like we saw last week, you know, when with the inclusion of Rob Kieran, but this looks like a team, admittedly, is 2/3 of the team from last season. The Classic just stepping down to that sub role, but this looks like a team that has just played forever together, and this looks more like the Coconuts we would have expected out of the gates, and they are back up to their true form. The first 2 weeks just looking maybe a little bit rocky to drop 2 games, but today, with what we've seen so far here in game 1, this is looking to be the team to not drop a single game. Going to be super hard for my insanity. Fortunately, Danny Boy, his internet connection just could not handle all this. So I'm left on my lonesome, but I don't think we're going to worry too much, Twitch chat, are we? We're looking at this and just gobsmacked amazement. Plays like that not coming on through. Yeah, Monster and Classic both wanted to turn it in, but no one coming through to challenge was the glimmer of hope. However, here, Dead Monster turns around so quick on it. Look at that. Power slide around Tabs, wanting to just push it away, but Dead is a denier, and it's going to get the 5th goal in for Coconutters. Mind Sanity on the opposite side. They're not playing a quote-unquote bad game. They're just not reading what is going on with Coconuts. They're just not able to predict, get high in the air quick enough. Carrot in the perfect position, but he needs the second player. Brezzy, there you go, onto it to win out the 50-50 though. That's what Brezzy's got to do there, or allow Carrot to shadow on up. They're getting too scared, they're getting pushed into their own back lines, and that has just set the seed of doubt in the players' minds, and Coconut is going to fully take it. For them, this is just free, beckoning for it in front of them. See it from Stepharoy, just an ouch. Twitch chat, I want to see some, like, you know, backseat analysts right now. What do we want to see come out from My Insanity? Because this team, we've seen some potential, but, you know, up here on paper, to be completely frank, this would have been a 3-0, 3-1 every single day of the week, because when you look at My Insanity, still only 1 game to their name, coming up against the boys at Coconutters, who have got that pedigree since their inception, not dropping below top 3. Mind Santi, a big name within Swiss Rocket League. You've got players like Kara there, and Kara for me always getting overlooked as a fantastic player. Sorry, Sephiroth. But Kara for me, always a fantastic player. This is where his strength as a captain is going to really be brought into question. This is a team that needs to be picked on up, because it could be quite easy for this team to be so disheartened now. And within the state they are at, with Vision Gaming as well, in a very similar state down the bottom, games are going to be so important, because with the format, with those Challenger Cups, you know, it's not over unless you are 10th at the end of league play. So every single game matters. Every single shot could be converted into a goal. Tabs, brilliant little push forward there. Brezzy not able to cut across. Tabs is high, able to get the save and has put it off wide to the side. The shot not coming on through. Brezzy now with a clearance, but Kara's got no boost. Cannot run it away. Classic looking to throw it back into the mix. A Dead Monster just going wide of target. Kara does get the save. Texo wanting to push it into mid. Kara with a great 50-50 to block it on out, and this is so much better coming out from the boys in blue. Mind Santi just so much closer to one another. They know they're working with so little boost. They are starved, and so you take it slow. Take the pace advantage away from Coconutters. Brezzy getting blocked out, but he did cover the ball. Meant the 50-50 was always going to go high. And they're just going for the numbers advantage right here and now. Dead Monster off wide to the side. Classic has got 60. Pass on out, looking for Texo to cut him from Kara. Tabs, if he had the braveness to turn in on that, it would have resulted in a spectacle for Mind Santi. But here and now, finally, the breakaway opportunity. Dead Monster able to run it. Classic got a little bump onto Tabs to throw him into the corner. And there you go, first blood drawn in game 2. Timo saying Mind Santi should 1v1 Dead Monster. That's harsh. That's harsh. Right now though, scoreline's only going to get harsher here on out, guys. It's got to be said, because Coconutters are also a team, like we said earlier, that play with momentum, that play with pace. They'll get one, they'll quickly find two. And that's the way to hinder them, is you've got to slow them on down. Notice how much width they're playing with right now. Looking out over this pitch, and the confidence for the pre-jump from Dead Monster. If you can intercept it and then get a quick clean counter, they'll have no answer for that. They're treating this almost like a freestyle match, and Texo not even getting a touch on the ball. Tabs has got the prime opportunity, but he's got no teammates around. And you do the halftime show from your mobile. I would love to see for one of these halftime shows if we could get Rocket League Sideswipe, honestly. But yeah, halftime show for everyone that's not out there. Raffle for the halftime show is currently open. What you gotta do is hashtag halftime into Twitch chat. If you haven't seen it already, we've got 6,500 credits up for grabs. 2 players will be picked. So if you get picked for the halftime show, you'll still go away with something. Well, 2,500 you can buy, I think, every single item on the in-game shop. I'll have a little look in the break, don't worry. See if you can, because I did see there was those inverted pink. They Draconas? Is that the name of them? The fire-breathing dragons. They're pretty spicy. I was tempted. I'm saving my own credits up from the next Rocket Pass, which comes out in a couple of days. So perhaps you could use the credits for that. Right now, Classic has been stocking up on his credits, his Texo creds. And boy, he's gone and spent them. The pass easily delivered to him. Just Dracos. Thank you, Aroni. Sell us. We expect better of you. We expect you to follow in the ins and outs every single week. All you gotta do is just keep a little eye on Liquipedia as well. The boys have been doing a fantastic job updating that. Make sure it pretty much within 30 seconds the games are updated to the current scoreline. It's incredible what the admins are doing here to keep this all going. Tabs though, potential for something building on up. Kara's thrown it into the mix. Deadmon's the only one back. Resi? Oh, blocked out. That was a good prediction coming out from Dead Monster. Texo so much control of the ball, but Resi here doing well. They've solidified themselves in defense, gang. They've really worked at that Mind Santi here for game 2. But the problem is that they just don't have the ability to run it away into the attacks. They just run out of momentum, they run out of that boost. And so they only have one guy challenging on in for against 1 or 2 defenders because Coconuts have all that boost, they can retreat in time. And so, yeah, it's a difficult one. You literally have to win one-on-one chances or try and just slow it down in the midfield. But even then, when you're not getting saves through because Coconuts aren't allowing you to get the saves, they're just literally keeping the ball to themselves, they're being greedy. What else do you expect? Opportunity coming out. Oh, but again! Classic. Let my Santi just touch the ball. Let your little brothers have a little turn on the controller. Come on. I don't know. We should be getting Danny Boy back in soon.
Soon, Bacon. How about now?
I am a happy boy. Thank you. It's been a while since I've had to do a solo cast.
Do you know what happened? And I'm going to have to blame one of the players for this.
Go on.
Classic scored the 3rd goal in the first game and literally blew my internet out. It was that impressive.
Oh, better be careful then, because we're going into game 3 here, Danny, and I think we could be getting even more impressive goals. There for game 2, it was a little bit slow. The boys were trying to go for something impressive and a little bit showy-offy, but they didn't really find much. They're like overcompensating. You can see a little double commit like that come out from Classic and Texo. And you're like, oh, guys, nah.
Unfortunately, Dead Monster and Cove and Bullion a team here.
Yeah, they have. They
Is
won't
it time
even
for
let
us to
them
come in
touch
retirement?
As much as I would love to join the pitch right now, Danny, no.
Probably wise the way my internet's been. I don't want to die when I'm 3-0 up.
Yeah, you'll just be on the ball and then the internet dies and you just hand it on over and oof.
Classics, don't do it to me again.
This was just such a quick reaction off the backboard. He had no right going for that ball normally, but he just saw there like, I can beat him to it. Let's go. Just jumps at the opportunity and the long shot pays off.
It's fabulous, and the fact that, as you've been talking about through the most of the series as well too, is if the opposition's not getting the ball in any shape or form, they can't score. It's simple. It's basic understanding of the game as well too. And is it wrong to hate a team as much right now? This is cruel.
This is what I was talking about earlier though. Coconutters are always the bad guys of TCS.
I wouldn't describe this as a top-level team picking on your weaker sibling, as it seems to be always this happens, but they've got no sympathy.
Oh, when we're talking about the blue, do you think Mind Santi are going to go away, like go run over towards Edelweiss and be like, the big boys are picking on me, and then, you know, Edelweiss comes in looking all even bigger?
Well, they could do.
I couldn't imagine anyone bigger than Coconuts at the moment, because they are just looking indomitable.
To me, it feels like that sort of typical 90s sort of American sort of school sort of type sort of sitcom where you have, you know, the slick blonde hair, leather jacket, sunglasses, pretending to be cool. That's the way the coconutters right now are, and sort of going, do you want to ride on the motorbike too? This is how hip and trendy I am. They're just outright playing, and it just seems to be unfair. But again, if they're winning, you can't fault them.
Oh, that's got to be a thing when we get LAN in June, Danny. We've got to get everyone on coconuts to turn up in leather jackets. That would be a look.
But what would be the song? No, Here Comes the Boys, or what would be the song of choice? Or Bad Boys, Bad Boys?
What are you gonna do? Twitch chat, go on. Name some songs that you would like have as an entrant song for like each team. I'd love to know that. Naturally, we can't run it because the MCAs and such, but
well, we could do it for the LAN and cut it out.
Just imagine it, you know. That's it. Yeah. You imagine doing that at LAN. You have it in the stadium going, but like for the Twitch stream, it's just completely silent and looks really awkward and melancholy.
During the sports of darts, they have the walk on the big stage, you walk across it and you have the crowd cheering behind them. I just would love to see that as they just enter the sort of the gaming station. They score their fourth, who cares? But anyways, what would be the caster's theme song as well while we're on this too, when we're being introduced?
Oh, I don't have a big enough ego to think about that, Danny, to be honest.
Are you sure? Because I have Jay on the phone here.
Oh, Jay would be something metal, because I don't know. He always says Enter Shikari t-shirts, so something from them? I have not a single clue what one of their songs are, you know?
Neither do I. Metal's not my sort of rocking, or whether the correct jamming term is, or those young teenage kids do. Damn you, Jay.
Oh, just a little bit over prediction there. Unfortunate stuff for Santi. They got a goal, Danny. We sort of like lost over it, unfortunately, but it's just been a case of weird amounts of back and forth. Like, this game is not slow by any account, but it's just very relaxed. Almost soothing Rocket League. You could put some lo-fi on behind this and just chill, I think.
Last time I heard that was a recommendation on when to study for exams, but I have to agree with you, it's been fairly therapeutic at times, just watching them pass the ball, move it round. It's the way I would describe it is like launching up a private lobby as a team, and you're just trying to work a bit of synergy, learn how to pass to each other for the first time. And you know what? Have we had a Brazil in the series so far, or have I missed that sadly?
No, we haven't had Brazil so far. Texo, what an angle there actually. All the power as well. This is a pretty sweet shot.
I've just had a brief read of chat there, and let's just say TCS legend, I have to say, mention this one. Sorry, you're not a winner. Oh, the BM just walking into that one.
That's your friends already.
It's not anymore.
Oh, that's a winner though. What a goal this is. This is just clean. Straight up, dead, picking this off the wall without even touching the wall and just bang it into the centre for Plastic to finish off. Damn, Rockets there.
It's fabulous, and do you know what, Megan? I know usually for the no team, but 7-1, we could have it.
Could indeed. We haven't seen a Brazil, by my knowledge, so far this season. Last season it took a while to get one. I think off the top of my head it was like week 7 we finally got it. So coming in early this time round. I know there will be some statistician out there. I know Zonorous has probably already got it prepped. But there you go. We could get the Brazil. It just has to hold at 7-1 for 32 more seconds.
Now, they could ruin it and go for the hit 2BU, but I want the Brazil more. I haven't had one in a while. No offense to my insanity, but it's been a rare thing during my series.
Carbo in chat asking for the comeback. Go on then, Mine Santi. Do it. Oh, I've got a nice throw here. He'll get the block. He's the follow-up. That... Carbo, thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm not annoyed with Mai and Sandy. I'm annoyed with the coconutters for letting that in.
The double commit across net? Nah, that's always going to work. What are you talking about?
What you mean? The double commit across net pinch into own goal? Oh,
That should have been a 100% safe play. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, I've never seen it go wrong before. I'm shocked.
Oh, well. Coconutters finish it off 3-0. 7-2. No 8 to BU, Danny, unfortunately. But Mine Santi at least get to stall the memes, which is good for them. Good that you're back with me, of course, buddy. I was a little bit worried your internet could cut out a second time, so happily it didn't. We sort of, like, I guess, tested it now. But yeah, coming up after this, the interview is going to be a weird one, I think, because what do we have to talk about with someone from Coconuts? I think it's probably going to be Texo.
I don't know who it is yet, but if it is Texo, I suppose we could talk about what his favourite songs are. What would he be wanting to be walking in as a song of choice, perhaps? Well, who knows what's going to be said next?
Who knows, indeed. So actually, for this one, I'm assuming it's going to be Texo because it's always Texo from Coconuts. Twitch chat, if you've got any questions for Texo, type them on in now because after this break, we're going to be having an interview with the man himself. See you on the other side. Welcome back, guys. Of course, we got Texo in the commentary booth. Texo straight up. Expected result today, I would think, right? You were probably coming into this one thinking a 3-0 sweep and another day at the office, should we say?
Of course, yeah. Another day in the office.
That's short and sweet.
Yeah.
I haven't heard a player so blunt in a while. It's refreshing sometimes, but you said that was, a 3-0 sweep as expected, but what's next for you in terms of the league play then?
Probably another 3-0 sweep.
Oh, I love this. Can we have more of Texo, please?
Sure.
I mean, let's just say, it's only your first 3-0 sweep, Texo. So where did it all go wrong back in weeks 1 and 2 then, if you're so confident for these 3-0 sweeps?
Well, maybe the freestyling during the games hurt the score a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair
You
enough.
could,
So,
you could have said I was in the booth and it wasn't bacon, but okay.
but straight up, so far, like it could be a little bit because of the opponents you had. Who knows? Because that changes each and every week. But it seemed like there was instantly a click with Classic and Dead Monster onto the pitch. Of course, this is the first time we've seen you three as a trio here. Was the synergy good between you guys today? How do you think it actually went? Just like when you focus entirely on your team.
It felt great. It actually felt really good because I obviously didn't know because that was another new trio. It's always a risk there, but it felt good.
Well, when you look at the series and everything else that you've played, of course, with different teammates beforehand, from all those different teammates, if you could pick one thing from each player so far, it's like the Classic, what's the sort of the difference that you have with him that you can adapt? Because it doesn't seem to be a solid roster of just a 3-man. You have that interchangeability that always seems to be advantageous in some advantages. So you don't have to play your best in terms of every series because you can bring somebody in who's fresher and relax for at least a series. That's how it seems to be from our point of view in the booth anyways.
Well, to be honest, we were planning or are planning to be a set 3-man roster, but that's just like two, I would say, missed schedules in a row, which led us switching teams every match day now. But yeah, it's still good to know that even if that happens, if we miss schedule stuff, if we just like can't play for some reason, we still have like backup players who are just as good.
Indeed. So going into next week, who should we be seeing in your matchup against Vision Gaming?
Yagi and Den Monster.
Okay. So the actual trio. No more subs, no more Rob back in, no more Classic. That'd be fantastic to see. But with that, unfortunately, we're looking at time here. We need to get back on track, my dude, because the first series of the day was a little bit of a long one. You brought us back onto more the schedule, but we need to try and pace things on up because we're about 4 minutes late for the next matchup. Edelweiss versus Sparks. Who do you think is going to win this, and what do you think is going to be the scoreline?
I'll root for Sparks, but 3-2 Sparks.
That would be very, very juicy. So, guys, if you think it's going to happen as well, and if you want to see it happen, make sure tune in after this break, because after that break, it's going to be Edelweiss Esports versus Sparks here on the TCS Esports League.
Merci Edelweiss Esports. Et on est là pour défendre le titre.
E se non vincete, siete licenziati.
Welcome back, guys. We're moving into the third series of the day. It's going to be Edelweiss Esports versus Sparks Esports. And Danny, if that first series of the day, you know, that sort of divider match, because we got 3 dividers today. If that first one's anything to go by, are we thinking we're going to get another game 5, my dude?
I would be interested to say for the storyline, yes. But I always have a bit of worry when I say stuff like that because I'm always a bit afraid. There's one player on one particular team I've got a huge affection for, and we heard earlier from the TCSEL interview. I love players, but personally, I love the fact they're strong. Banana Man, fabulous interviewee, great personality, and he's also a player who can back it up too. So, do you know what? I'm going to say yes, 3-2 all day.
I'd love to get an interview with Banana Man, yeah. But that does mean Sparks have to dethrone, or at least temporarily dethrone, Edelweiss Esports, the 5-time champions of the TCS Esports League. That's going to be a super difficult job for them. But Sparks this season, with the addition of Martin as well, are looking super strong. So this is going to be one which, if they play the cards right, if the stars align, if they come in with a good strategy, Sparks can definitely do it. Because Edelweiss right now, back in week 1, weren't looking incredibly strong. Week 2, they came in and really put down a performance against Latix. But week 3, we need to see that performance once again. We need them firing all cinders, because anything less than perfect for this side could be costly.
Well, you sort of describe it in that sort of week 1 sort of scenario. If any team isn't nervous on week 1, I'm always worried. Because it doesn't show you have that confidence, that ability to realise that we've got to start the league play as we mean to end it. You can have a bad series, yes, but this particular week, as you talk about borders and certainly the top 3, well, this match here is early in the season, but it has huge implications. Let's get it going, Bacon.
Let's get it going. It's going to be Edelweiss in the blue and Sparks in that dark black, just like Coconutters. It is almost ominous here on Urban Central. It's the middle of the night, and the roar of these engines playing on out. Let's see a couple of explosions with demos and goals as well. Batu taking it into his own corner. Mirror's coming up. Sorry, not his own corner, into his opponent's corner with Safair to finish it off. What a start from Edelweiss.
The fact that this has happened as quickly straight off the bat, there is the reason why they're champions time and time again. Just simple, quick transition back downfield, and for a small second, I thought their opposition could have scored. How wrong I was, Bacon, and I may as well get you saying that in this match.
Oh, it's fair. We'll get it away. Guys, remember that mid-game, mid-series? I don't know, halftime show. I don't know why I was going for mid. Whatever. Halftime show
in the middle of the show.
After this series. Make sure #halftime to get yourself involved with that 6,500 credits up for grabs, 4,000 going to the winner, 2,500 to the runner-up. So even if you don't win the halftime show, you still come away with creds to spend online in Rocket Leagues, and make sure just to get on in it to get some. But so far, trying to get it on into the box. Edelweiss, once again, they have had the majority of control in this game so far, Danny.
That's been incredible, and we don't expect anything less from them. And the fact that we've been talking about slow starts from in league play, we expect them to come out 3-0 each time and simply destroy the entire league. It's not quite simple. You're of course going to have a poor performance, but they've made so far everything look quite easy. It's been simple, it's been rhythmic, and they've got to 1-0. And unlike the Coconutters, they're not forcing the issue to outscore their opposition. They're happy to contain the 1-0, play the clock down, and if they want to, they might score the second one within a minute left to assert a bit of dominance.
Yeah, they've definitely been controlling the game so far, and they're not trying to overextend themselves. You can see that easy touch from Mirror. So Fair finally maybe with a bit of an overextension, but they're back into defense as quick as can be. Martin finally picking it on up. So Fair able to just snatch it away. Worked around Banana Man. Squixel the only one back in defense. And he is going to hold the line. Almost a little bit of a worry there, but Sparks, has got to be said, have been doing enough to keep this within one.
I think that's credit to them. It's simple, it's effective play. They've been so far, and again, just as a moment when I was about to praise a team that played simple, that played smart, pushed too far up, and it's unlike, I was going to call him Leo, doesn't know him that well, Banana Man, to simply miss it that easily, because he's a player that you looked at now sort of thing. If the RLCS was during his peak, he would probably be in the major. That's how well he was and highly regarded back in the day. And you know what? He still has it. It's just he's not able to consistently bring it out day after day, which is, well, probably testament to the fact that he is just the older player. And sadly, the older you get, you're just not as good as you are. That's my excuse anyway.
It's also as well that he plays Rocket League just more for fun these days. He's absolutely enjoying his time in TCS. We've seen him sub in previous seasons. Big fan of the Swiss scene, has been involved in other areas. But with this iteration, with this roster, with Sparks, we've said it before, they've got the potential to be up there in top 4. But of course, we know Edelweiss have the potential to become the 6-time champions.
It's quite simple, and when you're playing Edelweiss themselves, I'm not saying in league play it doesn't matter. The only thing you've got to worry about, if you're going to lose a series, lose it convincingly well, make it 3-2. You don't want to lose it 3-0, 3-1. Game differentials, the tiebreakers will come in effect, especially top 2, top 3, even top 4. And it's a huge sort of evidence of how well you're playing. These are the type of games you want to analyse, break it down, and when you go in those playoff scenarios, bring something different to the table that they haven't seen before. It's difficult enough with their experience, but that's what they're going to treat league play as. It's just a free go, an experimental sort of phase, because I'm not saying they're not going to beat them, it's just I don't have confidence for them to beat them just yet. They haven't shown enough. I know it's only game 1, but I think this has the essence of a 3-0 written over it.
Perfectly put by Asper in Twitch chat as well. Danny, when it comes up against Edelweiss, for most teams, it's more about just taking games away rather than a series. You've got to be on a whole nother level to dislodge this team, let alone take the entire game, the whole series away from them. Squixel does win a 50-50 there. Banana Man did get the demo, but no one coming forward to keep up the attack, so it just sort of stalls in the mid. Fair able to turn it on around, and he's got Batu there if he wants, but flips up over one. Squixel just back to Batu in the center. 50-50 from Squixel going right down into the corner, but they've got to have a lot more clinicalness to them if they want to take a game, if not a series here for Sparks.
You said it as well, and you summed it up right, and everybody who has seen this scene more than just once, who understands it well enough. We talk about Edelweiss as this sort of imperial form that you cannot destroy. They are immortals, and I don't want to sort of build them up as a sort of indestructible being, but that's the way they are, because they've created a legacy. And I didn't want to use the word dynasty because I hate casters saying that. But they have written the history book 5 times as they've won it outright. And very rarely in that book, if you look at through it, they've been even closely challenged. And we already see aspects of them doing it again for this league, this season 6 specifically, again and again and again. And it's just tantamount to them. But when you look at Sparks, they said they played well, and against anybody else, this probably would have been maybe a 3-1, 2-1 game for Sparks. So it does show you it's the next, not level, it's the next staircase up.
Is indeed. So Edelweiss taking a little bit of time here. Mirror not instantly readying it up. Gives us quick time to say, oh no! The halftime show raffle has just been closed. I was just about to shout it on out, Daddy. Hopefully people got in there quick enough and that want to be in there. If not, guys, you got to make sure tune in. Not next week because we got a break off next week, but the week after. On the 19th, trying to do like the calendar in my head. So we're not here on the 12th, but on the 19th when we get back, we will have another halftime show like we will each and every week. Participate then for another chance at a slice of the 6,500 credit pie, but pie in the sky right there. Not going to be able to convert it into a goal, but 2 today has really been stepping up, Danny.
That's a bit of a strange one, and by the looks of this looks like a server request as well that popped in as well. It's a bit of a strange bug that happens, but we'll gloss over it. The admins will obviously sort that out, and that gives us a bit of...
I guess we have a little restart going on. That's fine. Yeah. Good. Sorry, that was a really weird one. I've never seen this bug, Danny. Apparently, Banana Man could not see his teammate Squixel.
I've personally only seen it once.
I've heard it.
And it's simply the case of it. Do you know when sometimes when the boost sometimes doesn't display? It's like that, but it's with the player. So when you spawn into it, and it's just an issue visually, and it doesn't reset itself until a goal gets scored. So you could effectively play the next 5 minutes not seeing your teammate. It's a rare bug. It very rarely happens. It's just a bit of freak lightning that seems to be happening today here. Maybe they should have played with him visible against Edelweiss. I know they can see him, but that would be fun.
So lobby is back on up, just waiting for the Edelweiss boys to get back on in. Then we instantly go. We pick it up from 5 minutes once again. Not a goal scored just yet. So not an issue. Danny, here, from what we've seen in game 1, where do Sparks need to step it on up to be able to take goals, if not games?
Well, you described the first minute as probably the most necessary from a coach perspective. They closed it down, they blocked it, and they done everything that you needed to do in terms of holding a certain line. And that's okay, that's fine. The issue with that is where's the second and third man? That will show key. If they're playing tight, they need the third man deep, and in fact, they need to lob the ball long. They need to play that somewhat and change it up maybe after every third or fourth attempt. Play it quick, short pass, score. We've seen that happen quite literally on the first play when they thought the third goal was going to happen. Do you know what happened after it? Edelweiss smartened up, scored on the opposite end of the net. They've just got to repeat, redo it, and do you know what? They won't have any issues, no issues after this, and it will be a happy resuming, and Banana Man can see everybody on the pitch. Let's see if he can see the back of the net too.
Let's hope he can indeed. Safair not going to be able to win that 50-50 as Squixel was up and over it, able to push it downfield. Banana Man's quite far forward there, but he does get to the ball in time. Mirror not able to get to the ball, however. Martin, I think got a little bit greedy. Wanted to turn in, play a little trick, duke out the defenders, but it just did not work. Squixel, long throw, but as always, a man from Edelweiss covering that backboard. Their backboard defense so strong, but unfortunately on the opposite end, no one home. You did have this first contender in Martin. He just ran out of boost, Danny. He needed the second man there to cover that far post.
The worst bit as well, he didn't need the boost the way he did. He didn't have to need that sort of point of entry. He could just front flip once, maybe twice, and then boost up to get what he had as well. That's nerves. That's nervousness when you're playing against the defending champions. And you cannot simply sit there and allow that to happen if you want a challenge for them to take that crown off. We heard the interview from Texo sort of going, yeah, we'll 3-0 sweep quite a lot of teams here. We want to be the best. We'll challenge anybody who comes around. Otherwise here, they're very respectful, they're very calm, they're collective, they haven't made mistakes. And this here, this is the first time we can say it, they have blundered.
You can see Squixel after this one dancing on the ceiling, just able to point blank put it away. And finally Sparks looking ready to take on Edelweiss. One apiece. Squixel once again getting onto the attack, able to block out the interception coming through from Mirror, but Batu has thrown it back to Mirror, wanting to throw this into the centre for Safair. but sort of preemptively backed off there, Danny. It was a very weird case.
Strange, but somewhat may play dividends to both sides, because a brief sort of look at it, the boost wasn't favourable and the angle wasn't necessary. A quick firing shot, because it could be easily blocked or turned away, so both sides willing to be almost like two chess players at the moment. They don't want to give the middle of the board free, but they're willing to maybe sacrifice a piece just to keep control and have that mental edge. And Banana Man rightly knows he should have scored that one. Decent couple of crossbars in between here, but otherwise, free chance, and they've lost the composure for the first time in otherwise. It seems to be a bit rattled. This is the slow bit of gameplay sleeping back in from week 1 and 2.
Yeah, they need faster follow-ups here, Sparks, if they want to hurt Edelweiss. Martin in the corner. That's a good bounce out, but no one's down center, so it's fair. And send it sky high, follow on through. Maybe a little bit too greedy, wanting another touch on that, and Banana Man going to deny. Mirror wanting to dislodge Squixel, not able really to get deep downfield. And there is a lot of back and forth, but it's scrappy. It's lots of contention between these two sides, but a lot of long shots coming on through, meaning someone's able to get back into defense fairly easily and get it away, so nothing too harmful from either side just yet.
Yeah, that was a foul. Was pass and play back in crossfield and calm sort of the storm here. And you know what, the Sparks experts themselves here, you have to give them credit. You ask them what they needed to do. They've slightly done what I suggested, but they've adapted slightly different, widened the field as well too. Oh, that's boost over ball type mentality there, and Banana Man knows that you just had that glint in his eyes. So we're going, yeah, I made a mistake here, sorry about that. Good demo up in the midfield pitch here. And you know what, we're under 2 minutes here, Bacon. There's plenty of time here for a slight surprise to come in favour of the side that's known as the underdogs.
Indeed, there is the possibility for it, Danny. Don't quite believe in it yet, because it's going to take so much work, especially being a game down already. Batu able to get that away, and he's got Mirror behind him. Oh, Mirror thinking that was going to be on the right hand side, blocked out by Safer. You can see they're questioning themselves, Edelweiss here. They're not as in sync with one another as you would normally see them. They're not sure. There's so much indecision, and that indecision has been punished.
That's what you should have believed, Bacon.
I need reason to believe. There is a possibility now, but do I see it going the whole way? I'm sure Martin does.
Yeah, you have a lot of confidence, and you have to believe in yourself, and those 3 players would rightly do so. When you mentioned the fact that Edelweiss is playing, so you may kind of have an accountability to the restart. May have just slightly thrown them off after the game 1, but these are well and truly hardened veterans, not only in TCS itself, but in the likes of the RLCSX. They know what they need to do. Ooh. And what a shot that was. The angle, the pass as well too. Oh, if that went in, that would have been shot at the wing.
It would have indeed. Squixel with the back pass to Martin. He's got it under his control. Is able to block out Mirror, but look at Safer up in the air. Shot put on Squixel to Banana Man, and that was a well-worked pass out of defense. Demo coming on through as well. Safer, the only man back, able to save it, able to stall it on out, but he's not able to get down into attack. It could be looking like Edelweiss are dropping this game, and indeed they are. Sparks take game 2 and pull themselves back into this series.
Well, with that sort of being the case as well too, it's worked out well. It's been fabulous sort of performance, and it's great to see that both of them has came into play. And you know what, Sparks had the belief, they had it, done it, and you know what, rightly takes the series off to them as well. And I know chat may slightly say that I just want to make sure the server was all right, because the worst thing is knowing about a restart as well is having a bad server coming after it as well too. They're happy, they're comfortable, there's no issues there. We want to make sure everything's perfect for these fabulous players. And Edelweiss, they had a flavour now of what it is like to lose a game. I wonder what it tastes like to lose 2 games in a league play scenario in this series here. Come on, Sparks, show us what you've got.
I do count you mad for thinking it's even possible, Danny, but perhaps it is. As you can see, Edelweiss, oh my days, not able? Yes, okay. But just bear hugging the ball. No, I'm not letting you save this one anymore. I'm doing this. I'm putting it in. And he just blocks any exit path.
See, you describe it as like a kid with a football, going home, it's mine time, bring it home. But who there is sitting there sort of like on the dance floor sort of going, yes, this is my skill, I can tap it in with no power or anything else. That was just dirt right cheekiness from him there. He could have just left that and sort of on, alright, it hasn't gone in, retreat and let somebody tap it in. That's a stubbornness to let the ball go and a piss off.
That's on the dance floor, Danny? Like, whew.
You haven't seen the Irish party bacon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, not really any good moves right there. Martin, though, he's probably gonna be having a little bit of an Irish jig to himself because he's just turned around, seen no one's on that ball and just thought, you know what, don't mind if I cha-cha slide on in.
That's fair enough here, but can they sort of foxtrot themselves into a nice 2-1 lead, or maybe even a bit of a tango here with Edelweiss, because it has gone back and forth too. And yes, Bacon, I used to do a bit of river dancing as well too, but that's a different story.
You are just full of stereotypes, Danny, but Squixel here. Oh, he tried it on mirror in net, not going to allow that one pass, but Squixel leaving the dodge as he came off the ceiling. Nearly had it. Sparks are fired up. And well, on the opposite end, Edelweiss, it shows the caliber of the team when, I'm going to say, Danny, they're not performing up to their level today. They seem somewhat a little bit weak for them anyway. Because for the boys to still bang it, to still get out on top, admittedly, it's only a minute and a half into the game. But they are showing their caliber right now.
As much as they are the weak bit, I remember in the interview, if you don't mind me asking, in terms of bringing this up in form of Texo and maybe the likes of Classic coming in as well too, about rosters if you play with somebody else as well. Hard to sort of fact the roster as well. These three keep playing with it time and time again. They know the A game, they know the B game. They probably even have a C, a D and an E tier game that can beat some teams quite comfortably. Today of all days, they needed their A game, and so far here, it might not even be good enough here to sit there and batter the likes of Sparks around, because you know what, I have confidence in them scoring their second, tying this up, and if this happens here, well, you said me mad of thinking of it being a tied series. Well, you're right.
Mirror was just so quick to respond there, and Sparks thought they were safe. They thought they had this and it was going to turn into attack, and they just overstepped their line. Mirror somehow being able to bait in his opposition, that is such a rare move that actually works. So my hat's off to him. If I was wearing a hat, that is. We're only at the halfway mark of the game. 3-1 in favor to Edelweiss. Sparks have shown signs of life, signs to be able to take it. But when opportunities arise, just like Danny, that there was the perfect evidence of it. They can't take it. They're just not ready. They're not primed to finish it off. But Edelweiss
Really?
are.
Just shows you this, what you're able to do as a team as well. And we'll look at this sort of series wise and sort of alright, if you're losing it, make sure it's not 3-0. They've already achieved that. They could get beat here 20 goals in the next 2 games and they'd probably be happy with that fact. I know Banana Man won't personally myself, because you want to keep it as close as possible. But even if you do get beat by that big of a margin, it's the entire series you got to look at. It's one match in a league play format. Let the numbers run up, reset, take stock what you've got, and realise what did we miss in those opportunities. You talk about that 1 goal opportunity. Banana Man could have passed it back, could have kept possession, although even Sparks would drop back. There's just some little bit of adaptation in each game they could do here. They haven't done it, and why we see the 5-1 scoreline as we do pre-season.
Has to be said as well, Edelweiss is starting to find their groove. And it's hard because when you need the context behind all this, Danny, when you look at Edelweiss's the team in Switzerland, which is always the pinnacle of Swiss Rocket League, the ones where they tried to make this Swiss project work and go to the RLCS. They've gone to the RLRS back when they were Servette Geneva, you know, alongside Yagi as their third man, when they're still contesting every week, making it through open qualifiers in the RLCS to those close qualifiers, you know, top 64 in Europe easily. Most of the time making it to top 32, top 16. But when it comes to the Swiss national side, they can show their true worth is that sort of cut above the rest. And this is the team that if we find another Swiss team that can take them down, the whole region will just be in such a tremendous uproar of delight. Because whilst we love having this team, which is like the champions of Switzerland and the ones everyone absolutely loves because they're fantastic lads, you want to see them dethroned purely because it's never been done before.
It's always sort of that pleasure of having the ability of saying, I've slid the champions down, as Martin may only grab his second one here in this particular game. It's a very good sort of point of saying, yes, we want to have the next best Swiss team to take it down. It's sort of the passing of the flame even. But you've got to give credit to Edelweiss because they have been the best since the very beginning. But they've forced the entire scene not only to raise the level of the game, but they have also had to raise their own to do that as well too and force the issue. You can become champion of the season and become lazy the very next one, and you could probably still be in the finals. Or maybe even just drop out and you sort of wonder what has happened and you get frustrated, you get annoyed. Champions want to improve. Champions will always find a way. Edelweiss are that. It's just the question is that who are the next ones here? Sparks has shown they're capable of getting a game off them, but I don't think they're capable of taking a championship off. Maybe in 9-10 weeks time I could be wrong about saying that.
And that's it. Over time, the margin between Edelweiss and the rest of the teams is getting so much thinner. And Sparks right now, for me, when I look at them, aren't ready to take that crown just yet. Coming into this season, I thought it'd either be Coconuts or Lausanne, you know, the usual faces to contend. The Teaks took a game just like Sparks, but for me, were more convincing because Edelweiss were playing their A game that day. Today, they've stepped up to B, I would argue, Danny. They're like definitely start. They were on that C or D game, and they're still not perfect. But maybe that's potentially it. Sparks, there's this weirdness on the pitch, right? And sometimes when your opponent's not playing their A game, you can't play your A game, and that right there is just a poop goal. This should never be a thing. It's just a wild pinch off the ceiling into net. Mira doesn't even want to credit himself with that goal, yeah?
It's one of those ones that happened in line. You just look at him with a bit of disgust, or going, really? Is that the goal that you want to be on your record? And it's not,
he never
his
intended
fault.
for it, yeah. And it just happened. If it was going on the opposite side, even the boys over at Sparks were like, well, we take it, yes, but we never meant for it, so it's always a crazy one. Right now, that's just got to fire Sparks up to try and like get a bit of anger going for them, a bit of fire. There needed to be more contention, there needs to be more pressure going on. I don't know who that was back in net. I think it was Banana Man underneath in his opponent's net, like, what are you... Okay! Why did this open up? What is this game? It's so weird.
You don't hear Bacon say that very often, but yes, it has become into the unknown territory, and that's simply what it is. It's just unknown. Yes, Banana
We're
was
in the
back.
Twilight
Yes,
Zone right now. That's what it is.
it's not even the
It's
Twilight
very
Zone. It's that nightmare scenario. You're looking for the torch and you just realise it's out of battery. And you're just afraid of the Lego piece that you might step on in the dark as well too. That's what it feels like right now, Bacon.
Or the upturned like kettle lead, you know, the power plug. Oof. Done that once or twice. Right now.
I've done that recently as well too.
Yeah. Like my
Sadly,
green
didn't have my
screen behind
glasses
me,
on.
Danny, is one of those, you know, the projector pull-up ones. And I may have just tripped over that last night because, you know, it's dark in the room. And I always keep it in the center.
Is that why you didn't message me till near the 4 in the morning?
Yeah, I was reading a little bit. Anywho, back into this one. So 1-0. Sparks have brought themselves back in, but neither side is convincing me that they're taking it. Again, this is such a weird series where we just need a team to pick the game up by the scruff of the neck. When you look at Safar here, he was fully expecting, you know, competition to this ball. Martin, it's an unlucky 50-50. Okay, that gives a lot more context than Banana Man fully expected that to go elsewhere. But it's just such an odd one where you're getting all these weird goals, which if we were to play this series tomorrow, it would look nothing like this.
I think if you simulate it 100 times. Oh, I knew rightly what you were going to say there, Bacon, and no, that wasn't going to happen. No, it wasn't going to happen. Don't even think about that thought of it running in from a 50. We've already seen one goal like that, where that happened 2 on the same night.
Oh, that would have been a sneaky shot put on by Batu. 50-50 won by Mirren. I don't know how he was able to hold on to it. Banana Man being them there, but Banana Man's boost levels have been just so low, and that's really been hurting him. Throwaway over towards Squixel from Martin. Maybe a little bit too early, but you can see the man coming in for the demo attempt. Good pass on out, 2-2 from Mirror, but well defended by Banana Man. You can see the pace is picking up. Something is building here, and I'm digging the vibes.
It's not too bad as well, and you talk about Banana Man's boost. Well, he didn't
There we
need much
go.
of it. And I've just seen a little bit of corner in my eye as well, Bacon, that there's somebody in our chat has been near no perfect throughout with their predictions so far. Might have one slightly wrong here, but the series score is still on for him.
That is it. Crazy, crazy times. 2 apiece between Sparks and Edelweiss. Safar demoed after his Ave, his block come on through. That was never meant to be a back pass, and Safar is looking to launch, to leap onto it. Batu can't beat on out the last man. Martin getting the save. Squixel wanted to turn it around. Martin was diving across, looking for a demo, but didn't find anything. Mirror was just standing still on the net, didn't even have to move. Martin picking on up 50-50 and 2-2. Squixel wanting to throw it down for Martin. It was placed well, but Safar read it so early and was able to easily get in the way.
It may have been so far, but credit to Sparks, especially with the way they've been sparsely sort of sprinkling the demos into the game, Spicy at a crucial stage here. It's just slightly forced Edelweiss out of their sort of comfort zone as well. Yes, the pace has gone up, but at what cost there? And Martin here got beaten far too easily there for my leg, and in under a minute now. Whether it's OTA regulation here, if Sparks gets this goal here, this is going to be one scrappy ending, and this will not be the way they would like to go out either.
No, it will not. Mirror off the seal in the pot.
Quick little play back in. And you know what, they could just keep it in the corner, lump it, otherwise nothing. They have the advantage of scoring that 1-2, and I like what's going here. I love the fact this is happening here, but again, it's the follow-up. It's always the problem, especially with Sparks themselves. It just feels like they have not trusted each other in the key situations.
They have not, but that will do it! A beautiful little sequence, finally, to shut you down, Danny, and I love it. They got angered, but they found a silver lining, and right there. Oh, will they be able to turn silver into gold?
some trick as well. But again, the clock has made us be ticking with that sort of watch, and frankly, they've left it wide exposed. And oh, somebody were very lucky there. That should have been buried into it. That should have been series over. And Sparks Esports have got a reprieve. Can they make it pay though?
And they will. They will have to find out. Only time will tell. 10 seconds into OT here in Game 4. Safair throwing the ball deep downfield. Banana Man to pick up, but he's got the 2 looking to contest him. Nice idea for the pass on out. Will be found by Squixel off the backboard. Mirror throwing it high. Martin came in from super far away. Needs to be careful on those predictions. 50-50 off the wall. Squixel just wanting the throw to the backboard. Keep a little bit of threat there. Try and build some pressure, but it's got to be a lot stronger than that. Banana Man steps up. Backboard pass looking for Squixel, but Squixel stayed so far back, Danny. He knew that was a bit too risky for him to take. Shot put on by Martin, and Mirror will get it away.
It's actually the shot technique I was slightly a bit more angered by it, Spicy myself. If you're having the technique, you want to get a bit of bounce, hit it on a volley, or at least catch it, drag it, and flick it. It was so what the keeper. It was so easy to read. And an OT, yes, you have the pressure. Yes, you're playing otherwise, but those are the chances you normally take. But credit to them for the majority of the, say, minute 30. It's all been them and Sparks. And go on, Banana Man. Tap it in, fill your boots in. And sadly has not done it. And otherwise, once more, they get away with it. And that off to the backboard as well. Mad, but it's somewhat working.
Sparks so close, but they just tickle the woodwork. Not able to get it in between. Another shot put on, and Safair will send it into corner. But look at Squixel. There early. The pass out to Marty, but again into the post. They just need to get this on target, and it would be gold indeed, Danny. Sparks looking the better of the two sides, but finally Edelweiss coming on through with challenges. That 2 high in the air, looking for the 50-50, but that delayed response works out well for Sparks. Banana just needs to get away, not able to get touched, but Squixel was on that 50-50 coming in from Spare. But so with the shot, but Banana can get the clearance.
Demo, anywhere in middle, just anywhere in middle. Oh, that was a clearance. Just needed either delay it or play it quicker. He just got in that time window where the defender loves it. It's the ability of playing reactionary, not proactive. And this here would be magical. It's magical!
That's it!
That's goal of the week!
What a dribble play coming on out by Martin. Mirror on the line, and he's just been sent reeling. Martin does what I asked earlier, Danny. Picks the game up by the scruff of his neck and sends us into game 5.
In fact, we had to go to the OT for that to show you the pressure of it, but I'm not saying the Sparks has a jersey out of interest.
I mean, us as commentators wouldn't mind if, they want to hit us up, like, you know what, show them off on broadcast. That would be a personal love to have all of the TCSE Sports like jerseys, Danny, and like each week we can bring them in, do them as part of predictions. Who knows? But for now, I don't think there's any predictions for this one.
I'll give you
Twitch
one.
Chat, be bold enough. You'll be bold enough, Danny. Give us the
I'm gonna
predictions, guys. Who's taking this in game 5?
Oh, Sparks 3-1.
3-1.
I'm going all out. I believe in them.
Twitch chat, do you agree with Danny? Is it going to be Sparks? I can see Celis there saying 5-3 to Edelweiss, and Mirrors absolutely smiling, nodding his head and says, Celis, you wise being you know what we're up to.
They may be trust in the brand that has always been known. But Sparks themselves also know the fact is they are doing what would be considered the impossible. Well, it's not impossible, it's improbable at best. Right to the back wall and moves it and shuffles, and you know what? That's a decent demo for Edelweiss to get the account going here. And Sparks moves up here. Martin a little bit too further upfield here, but they're controlling the game much better. This is what we've seen beforehand. We want to see, well, less of that whip, but more of what was before it.
Camo saying that's the only one that Edelweiss are going to get. Bet you, they beg to differ. Two not able to get onto that. Pass on out towards Martin in the center. Not able to beat Fair, but Squixel was lined up well behind. Mirror going love the ball, but the two was shadowing. Banana Man not able to chase up onto that, so it's hand on over to Fair, and he is definitely not one you want to be on the ball. Squixel looking to lock into the corner, but look at Bateau right now. This lad has really been on the level and sort of makes you realise why was he ever in that coaching role to begin with in the first place, Danny?
Maybe just waiting for his moment and just seizing it. I think he's just waiting for the right perfect time to show him, I'm not a coach, I can play as equally as well as you can. And sometimes the ability to stun is always worthwhile as the ability to surprise. But 90 seconds going, Sparks hasn't barely been up the field. This is the first time we've seen them in front of net. Oh, and it's getting dangerously close as well too. And oh dear, Banana Man.
Just take a deep breath, Sparks fans. Still 3 minutes and 18 on the clock. It's only 2 goals. But it's got to feel like a mountain left to climb. Nearly free there, Squixel. I know, counting his lucky buttons or something, because blimey, that was close. Banana Man not able to get the pinch he wanted. Does redirect it downfield, but Fair was on the midfield line. Martin now looking inwards for a teammate, but no one was to be found, and Safair's just removed him, stopped the play in its tracks.
Safair didn't have the game sense. That would have been 2-1. That's incredible. Anyways, they have not allowed themselves to be blinded by the scoreline. They've controlled what they have got, and it's a case of they're protecting more than they're trying to gain territory here. They're not afraid of going upfield to score their third. That I'll guarantee you for nothing, as you can already see them banging off the back wall there in poor Martin. He's been upfield, he's been battered and bruised, but he's still hanging in there.
Is indeed high ball put on from Martin, looking for a teammate, but Safair is there, and it is a big beefy clearance. Squixel beaten in a 50-50 by Mirror, but Martin, the punch out towards mid. Banana Man is high. He's got to go for the second touch here. He's got to connect it, but Mirror, near enough, glues it to the wall and wraps it into the corner. I don't know how he's done that, Danny.
I'd be somewhat extremely happy the fact that it has paid off for him, but I think the how is no longer the case, or even the why. It's just the doing. Right now, Sparks has got to get this ball downfield and score. The longer this goes on here, Edelweiss becomes the favourite. It's not like they weren't the favourite to start with, but take it where nobody thought in a game 5. And this air dribble! Oh, they have maybe a contender for goal of the week at this point.
Okay, there was just suddenly a bright, blinding light at the end of the tunnel, Danny. Kindled out of nowhere, and Sparks, what a fitting name, as the potential is now on to turn it around, but they've got to get another goal at least to take us into overtime, and then another after that. They've got to try and stop out everything that is coming on through. Look at Squixel, so deep downfield, he wants to pop this off. The follow-up needs to come on through. Martin with the pat pass to Banana Man, but Banana Man just keeps on going in reverse. Mirror looking for the drop down to Safair, looking at for Batou as well, but no one able to find it. That's a nice little touch from Martin, but this needs to be picked up by Banana Man. Throwing it deep downfield. Martin went for the boost steal, so it is all Squixel here throwing it forward. Mirror's gone for the long shot, but Banana Man is back. 45 seconds left on the clock. Time is running out, but Sparks are trying.
Oh, and this has so far been poised well. He should pass himself, he should have used the wall and used the contour to get it back in the middle. But nonetheless, both sides have played each other's game here. You see Sparks there literally with Squiggle upfield, and Bateau earlier was pushing far too up, trying to grab it with 10 seconds approaching here, Bacon. It really is do or die from here on, man.
Wide ball out, Mirror with the shot going for the second touch. Intercepted by Banana Man, Bateau looking to push it on out over towards Martin, possibly, but no, he's lost control over it. So fair back into center. Squixel has got it high, but Mirror's just going to let it touch the ground, and Edelweiss in the final moments show their championship pedigree, but Sparks really brought it to them today.
I say if that game wasn't their standard 5 minutes, maybe say 6 or 7, Bacon, we could have probably seen that 2-2. I think Sparks got into their own heads knowing the fact they were trailing and the fact that they had to grab a goal. If they were up front there, we could have seen that probably going in OT. They may have faltered a little bit, but Sparks showing why they're in that sort of third position right now. Yes, they may have lost a bit of position, a bit of grounding on the leaderboard, but that was an incredible performance from them. You have to, as you said, tip your hat off to them.
And with Sparks there, because they played so well, you know, they've only dropped one game in the differential. We know that they could potentially be finishing third on leaderboard. They could be dropped further, you know. So I don't think they can drop further, actually. Because, you know, we've got that game between Slightly Salty. No, that's it. Sorry, I'm being a big dummy. Don't listen to what I say. Sparks definitely finishing today as third. But, Danny, looking at this, I think truly Edelweiss have got to be a bit fearful for this season, right? Where they look like a team like Sparks that are coming on through, who on paper themselves probably just considered, oh, this is another team that we're going to 3-0. Give them a bit of credit, we 3-1 them. And now they're being driven right to the final line. And Edelweiss probably got to be shaking a little bit, right?
They'll have to, and the fact that they're sitting there looking at the series, what they've just played for, we keep talking about them being slow starters. That's the area and the aspect they've got to improve on. They cannot afford to start in game 3. That's the only criticism I can give to Edelweiss. But Sparks, as you said, with that performance they've done, they've got to brush it off. They've done well, but they've also got to realise it was not the A-tier Edelweiss that was playing today. It was the scrappy B team, if you want to call it that came out, played it on. But you know what? It would be great to hear from actually one of the players who actually played from that series.
It will indeed. And we get to do exactly that. Guys, after this break, we'll be back with Mirrorwing in the commentary booth before we head into the halftime show, because we have got a couple of questions to ask him, because that series begs for it. So don't go anywhere. After this break, we'll be back with Mirrorwing here on the TCS Esports League.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Welcome back, guys. We're talking to Mirrorwing, and we get the pleasure to do this now because it's always an absolute pleasure to talk to this lad. Mirror, that series, how do you think it went? Because for us in the commentary booth, we're looking at it, and whilst the first 3 games looked a little bit awkward, Sparks were probably making it awkward for you. What was going on the pitch?
I mean, like you said, Sparks is a team that is a bit awkward to play against. Like, they got pretty unique play style that is hard to adapt against. Now, I think like we didn't take it as serious as we should have because they really stepped up at the moment in this series. So yeah, I think we got surprised by their step up and didn't react as fast as we could. So yeah, we had to go to game 5. All that matters is the win. So.
Well, it's the experience that you have got in that sort of Game 5 scenario, and I hope you don't mind me saying this, Mirror, that I was supporting the opposition. I like to see the underdog do well. Being the champion, sort of having that sort of aura around you, sort of that legacy as well. It's easy to feel pressure when you're somewhat the newcomers, but do you still feel that pressure in those situations? Because you only won it 2-1, and I'm only saying that because we looked at the likes of the Coconutters earlier in the stream, who were battering them 5-1. Do you have mercy as a player, or just the fact is you just want to get the win, get it done quickly, and move on?
I mean, we just I think we have to try to play the best we can every time. So I don't think we should have mercy, or we should try to play how we can play. So yeah, I'd say we just try to go max. Now sometimes it's a bit easier than other, but yeah.
So with that, what is your takeaway from today? Because you're saying you try to play the way you are. You probably then, like by every standard, want to win every series 3-0, right? But what can you take away from this series against Sparks? Like, will you be going over your VODs, for example, or is there immediate responses like during the games of, oh, we need to fix this, for example?
I mean, overall, the level on the league is getting better and better every season, and this season is especially hard. So I think if I have to learn something from this series, like trying to take it as serious as possible and try to not underestimate and really watch out for these step-ups, because there is a lot of teams that can step up pretty fast in a series and just like change the way they play to surprise you. So yeah, I'd say being careful about those step-ups and game styles change.
Well, in regards to the step-ups as well too, and we've been asking this same quite regularly, and it's such a simple question to ask, but it's also one that also represents the region as well. We always ask the team, who do you want to get or who do you want to beat in terms of it? Everybody wants to say we want to beat Edelweiss. And is there a team that you're afraid of, or is there a team that you're looking at maybe in the future that if they do form together that can actually challenge you? Because we're looking at them sort of going, this is free for Edelweiss. When is there going to be a challenge? And that's no disrespect to the region, but it just seems to me you always have the answer. Who is that next big, well, not necessarily team, but who's say the player to even look at? So maybe that might be the future of the Swiss scene.
I mean, last season we didn't win easy. Coconutters are playing really good, and they're even better this season. So I'd say it's true they will challenge us. That will not be easy games, and Coconutters is the main danger for us, I think. And we have to watch out for this.
Will indeed. But watching out for next week, you guys go on against Ira Legacy. Ira just losing out in that first series against Latique. A really, really great series. If you didn't get to see it, of course, Mirror, definitely go have a little watch. The same with Twitch chat there. How do you think that series is going to go? Any thoughts before heading into, not next week, sorry, the week after on the 19th?
Our legacy are looking pretty strong. I think it is like 3-2 for the Czechs, but our legacy still really challenge them. So I think we have to watch out for them, because I think we never played against, because it's a new team. As 3 players. So I think we should watch out for this, because they also are a team that I think can step up as Sparks did this year. So being careful about trying to play at our maximum directly into the game, and not wait or like warm up while playing, but warm up before and be ready for the match.
Great stuff. Last but definitely not least as well, next series on stream after the halftime show is going to be Lausanne versus the Swiss Incredible Rebels. Any predictions for that scoreline, my dude?
I'd say 3-1 for Lausanne.
3-1 for Lausanne. That's going to be an absolutely crazy one. But what's even crazier is this halftime show hosted by Strike. Let's throw on over to that. It's going to be a bundle of fun. Stay tuned.
And here we are again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the TCS Esports League halftime show. Complete with the sound that doesn't work. But anyway, thank you very much for tuning in again. It is halftime, and what a banger we just saw between Edelweiss and Sparks.
So we're good to just keep
incredible. And they took it away in the end again. But right now, you are here for the main event of the night, TCS Esports League halftime show, where we play the weirdest maps we can find. And boy, have we found something weird and slightly dysfunctional for you tonight. We'll talk about what that is in a second, but for now, let me go right into it and talk to our two contenders right away. I think, I gotta get the names right. Palks and Swefley. Good night, guys. How you doing?
Good night. Very good.
Good night. Good evening. Good night, guys. Bye. That was the TCS Esports League. How are you guys doing tonight, man?
Yeah, thanks. Doing well. What about you?
Doing great, man. Did you have a good Easter? Did you do any egg searching?
Yeah, today a bit. No, yesterday. Yesterday.
Yeah, just want to say.
That's one of those Swiss things. Like, no matter how old you are, you still go egg searching. It's really weird. It's a thing. It's actually a thing. We're starting out with Palks tonight. Tell us something about you, my dude. How old are you? Where you're from? And are you good at Rocket League? Would you say you're gonna win tonight?
I'm 18 years old. I'm from the canton St. Gallen. I'm not very good at Rocket League. I'm better than most of the players. If you look at the distribution, as a Diamond 3 Champ 1. But yeah.
Okay, so you think you got a good chance for this tonight?
Maybe. Who knows? I trained a bit in the last 10 minutes.
And you found, I think it was you who found a little trick, but we're going to talk about that in a second. Let's move over to Swefley first. Hello, Swefley. How are you tonight? Who are you? What you doing?
What I'm doing?
What you doing?
Yeah, I'm also 18 years old, and playing in the halftime of the TCS League today.
Absolutely. The main event.
I'm maybe a bit higher in rank, but I still suck at Rocket League, so who knows who wins?
Well, I mean, ultimately, every time somebody's like, "Oh, I'm not good at Rocket League," in these halftime shows, I'm like, "Dude, I probably wouldn't even find the ball in this game, so you're fine. You're gonna do well enough. It's gonna be okay." Let me just explain what you two have to do tonight. We've had time attack, we've had juggling, and this time, I never thought I would say this. We're playing Rocket League mini golf. It's actually a thing. We found a map where you have to play mini golf and you have to go into the right hole. We already found out a trick that technically the game lets you progress if you go into any hole at all, but you have to make sure to always get the one with the red flag or it's not going to count. And obviously, since we are going to play fair tonight, we're going to play by the rules and always have to go to the red hole in order to progress. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. I'm going to go into Palks' stream right now, into Palks' gameplay. Looks fine here on my end. And would you say you are ready to contend, Palks?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, then we give you 3 minutes. Every one of these two people have 3 minutes. The person with more holes in those 3 minutes wins, and if they get the same amount of holes, it's the person with the least strikes. Get it? Strikes? Haha. It's because that's my online name. Anyway, Palks, are you ready?
Yep. Oh, whoops.
And disqualified.
ready.
Nice run, Pogs.
ready.
Let's go. No. No, it's fine. We accept one mistake in the beginning. But Pogs, I'm gonna count you down, okay?
Yep.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Let's go! Pogs starting his run. We can see the outline of the ball where he has to go, and there he gets it. First hit to the ball right now. There's
that wasn't good.
the first hole with the right. Ooh, slightly to the right, but we can get it with one more strike. No! Actually misses it. Ooh, and has to go
my
again.
God.
And again. Oh, it's and gets it.
I'm going.
Are you nervous?
Yeah.
It's the typical thing. Are you nervous? Are you nervous? Why are you nervous? You don't have to be nervous. Are you nervous?
Yeah, I'm nervous.
Getting the first one. 7 hits. You got this. You got this. Stay cool. Think of something that calms you down. I don't know, work or you know, something that calms you down, like sleeping. What calms kids down these days? I'm like way too old. Okay, but this one was actually good. Bogey. There we go. Not bad.
Very
This could have
nice.
been worse. We're gonna get the next one. And remember, chat, it always has to be the hole with the red flag.
No.
Ooh. Oh my god. What the hell is happening? There we go. Okay. Usually in real life, it's not an idea to go for the red flags, but this time you have to. There we go. 11 for the third one. Yikes. Okay, let's see if the second one only counted 1 hit. Damn. Okay. I'm not sure how exactly this map counts, but dude, it's looking solid right now. Tricked it over. Here we go. Hit him in. Come on. That looks like a good one. Yep. That looks like a good one. 10. Oh, because those small little hits also count as hits? Oof.
Yeah.
Oh, that's rough. It's actually pretty rough, man. So if you had gotten it into the Mario tube, that would have been a safe hit. But nice. That was actually pretty strong. You have 1 minute left right now. Damn. Really going well. Chat is like, as a communist, I always go for red flags. Very strong idea. Strong stance, thank you. And another bogey. You have 45 minutes, seconds left. Actually looking pretty strong. Actually looking pretty strong right there, chat. Do you think he's gonna make it? Twitch chat, what do you say? Ooh, nice hit from the air. Not just a little bonk from the left and it's gonna go in. Bonk.
Yep.
Boink into the horny jail. Well done. The triple bogey for this hole. And we got only 2 holes left. And we got 20 seconds left on the clock for you.
Into the blue one.
Nope. That's not gonna. And we don't do the dirty tricks. We don't go for the wrong holes. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And nope, that is time up. You made 8 holes, and I'm sure we're gonna see your total hits in just a second.
41.
It says 41. 48 holes done and 41 hits, 41 strikes, 41. What do you call this in English even? Strikes? 41 strikes? There can only be 1. That's not fair. I tried to keep this name for myself for so long. I thought I was special, but apparently I am not. Pogs, do you think you did well? This sounds like a mom who's like, "You think you did well?"
Are you winning, son?
Exactly.
I mean, until hole A, it's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it actually wasn't bad. Gotta be honest here. It could have been a lot worse. I hope we're not gonna have to use Sweffley as an example of what was a lot worse. But Pogs, I think you can leave from your challenge here with a good gut feeling, because Sweffley is gonna have to get a total of 8 holes and that in ideally under 41 hits. So you're gonna have to really unpack that absolute Rocket League mastery right here, Sweffley. Are you ready?
Indeed.
Maybe to clear this up shortly. So if I do all 9 holes, I win no matter how many strikes or what you call it.
Yes.
Okay.
More holes wins. If you get the same amount of holes, it's the number of strikes.
I mean, I'm only at hole 8. I didn't finish hole 8.
Oh, you didn't finish hole 8? It said...
No.
Oh, you were at hole 8. Okay, so you finished 7 holes.
Yep.
Okay, so you finished. We're gonna have to correct that. Sorry, production. He finished 7 holes with 41 hits, strikes, whatever, with 41 touches, I guess. And because it said 8 for me, like it looked like 8 was done, but I guess oh, okay, I understand it now. But Swefley, are you ready for your contest?
Yes.
All right, Swefley, 3, 2. Oh, I gotta switch. Wait, hold on. I gotta switch camera. I forgot to switch camera because I'm so good at this. Ladies and gentlemen, you can watch my stream 3 times a week where I screw up even worse than this. It's super entertaining. Okay, Swefley is ready to actually contend. Are you ready?
Yes.
There we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go! Straight away going for the ball. Of course, needs to actually get that angle. Going the slow way this time. Slow and safe, maybe? 1 hit so far. And hole in 1. First one, hole in 1, and it still counts 3. That's interesting. Okay, but... oh, it gives you -2 now. Okay, that's fair. I'm not entirely sure how this system actually counts, but I guess it must count somehow. Ooh, that was rough. Oh, that was unfair. That was unfair. Lost a few hits there. 6 on the second one. Hole 2 done though. And I would say that this is an extremely wholesome game. Disregard my jokes. Number 3. And you're gonna get it in 14 hits. I thought Palks had 11 there. I'm not sure anymore. But I would say that Swefley is on a faster course than Palks here. It feels like you're being a little faster. Try not to touch the ball as often as you do, because I think it can. Does it count as a hit every time? I think so. 11
Yes,
here?
But it doesn't matter because I finish.
Okay. Okay, so you're pretty sure you're gonna finish there, huh?
Yes.
Okay, Swefley, self-confident. That's what we like to see here, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, and misses it though. But maybe if you just let it do its thing. Yep, there we go. 7 in. So right now you don't care. You don't really care about the number of hits you get. You just want to get it done, huh?
Correctly.
All right, you got 1 minute, 16 seconds left. Go slow on this one. There we go. You got it in. You made it to hole 7. You have to finish this one pretty quickly if you want to actually do hole 8. Then again, your opponent made a mistake on 8, so maybe you get a little bit more time. Because so far you're doing quite well. Under 1 minute now. There it is. And it's getting tight now, ladies and gentlemen. It might come down to the wire. Hole 8. Right now, he's entering hole 8. He's got 40 seconds back on the clock. And if he goes straight... oh, and he hits basically the easy one right away where he can just go through. He might actually do it, ladies and gentlemen. If he gets this one, he wins. If he gets this one, he wins by default. And he gets it. We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Swefley. 8 holes in under 3 minutes. And now the last one is a coup de grace that you can... basically just throw in to flex a little bit, you know? Can you do it in 15 seconds? Get this one. It looks like you have a good chance of doing it. Keep it slow. There you go! 9 holes. And I think that's all of them. Yeah, well done. 64 hits, but you did all 9 holes. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. And our winner of the night is none other than Swefley! Congratulations, Swefley. Super well done. How are you feeling right now? Are you like in a rush of emotions? Are you overcome with joy, sadness after months of training, after night shifts of nothing else but Rocket League mini goal for the main event here at TCS Esports League? You take the trophy home, the win, the glory, the money, the respect. How do you feel?
Well, I was a bit under pressure because we talked about ranks before, and yeah, as he said, he's like low champ or something, and because I'm like a bit higher in terms of the rank, yeah, it made me under pressure. But when I saw him play and I saw my gameplay like the minutes before, I felt like I did it faster, so my strategy was just to do it, yeah,
And ladies and gentlemen at home, we can hear the shaking in this man's voice. This is the voice of a contender, of an athlete, awash with serotonin in his bloodstream, pure emotion. It's beautiful what we get to see here on TCS Esports League tonight. You can't get it anywhere else. Okay, I'll stop the bullshitting. Pogs and Sweffly, thank you so much, both of you, for playing. Sweffly, you get 4K credits, and you'll be contacted to get that right after tonight's segment. And Pollux, you get 2.5. I think it's 2.5 or 4.5K and 2K. I actually forgot the split. 2.5 and 4K.
On stream.
Anyway, you're gonna get a crap load of credits. So both of you, thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your Easter Monday, and maybe see you in chat after the halftime show. How about that?
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
All right. Absolutely, guys. Thank you for joining. Good night.
See ya.
See you.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, this was the TCS Esports League halftime show. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name, as always, is Strike. You can find me under Strike on Twitch or That Guy Strike on Twitter. If you want more stupid jokes, I stream 3 times a week, Monday, Thursday, Saturday, for some sometimes wholesome content. Thank you so much for tuning in, and TCS for having me. Have a great time with the rest of the matches. Next one is gonna be Lausanne Esports versus Team Swiss Incredible Rebels, or as you know them, Team CERN. With that, I would like to give it back to Digital Bacon and Danny Boy, our casters, our talented casters for the night. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon.
Meine Herren, ich habe den Plan für die nächste Saison. Wir gewinnen.
Dann machen wir einen soliden Plan.
Gentlemen, man gewinnt nicht nur, man gewinnt mit Stil.
So Sir's planning of winning this season, but Danny, those plans, they said they're going to win with style. I didn't realize the comeback strategy was their plan, because right now it has not been looking good for those first 2 weeks, my dude. Currently sitting at the bottom of the board. But it's got to be said, when their chief rivals, Lausanne, is facing up against them now on stream, and if they do take down Lausanne, it could be the start of that comeback, the start of their style.
Now you talk about bottom of the board, it's like something to be ashamed of. It's only 2 weeks worth of gameplay. It's nothing too much to worry about. Comeback is always possible for really, realistically, it's the top 3 is where you got to aim for. You're talking about maybe 7 wins, but a game differential will break your way. Nothing to panic yet, but we've been talking about this all day long. It's sort of the borders as well. If they lose this as well, they're in a relegation scrap in terms of trying to get out of that bottom 4 and just sneak their way into 6, the land of safety. Well, I'm not saying Bacon. I haven't brought my boat here, so they're going to have to swim.
It truly is sink or swim, do or die. Let's hop onto the pitch. Lausanne in the blue, Team Sir in the bronze. And of course, these gentlemen, what can they bring to the table? Lausanne, previously a Vision Gaming, now picked up by the Lausanne organization. Keeping a hold of Kiva, Danny, and he is a powerful player, a powerful addition to this roster. So on the opposite end, Stroby into that sub role when Nukes joining the squad. And Sir last week did show glimmers of hope, did show that performance, but here on paper, Lausanne should be the team going on through, should be the team going on through to top 4. It has been a bit of a naff start. They haven't shown their pedigree. As Kiva throws that off wide to the side, RNZ into the center, Nuke. That is a powerful pass downfield, but well cut out by Safix.
It has been, and it's quite nice here the way you built that up, from the fact of everything that you sort of laid it up. It just makes this match more important. But for me, you talk about Kiva, he deserves all the respect he gets. For me, it's one legend in the field itself who I've known for, well, let's just say about 5 years, in the form of Stocky. Incredible player, fabulous, and one that has been in the spotlight, and don't know why either, because Safex, equally as talented, just never got the big break, and this one will work out perfectly for him too.
Safix, that promising talent. Now when we look at Lausanne, even internationally, they are a threat. Previously, like when you looked at Stocky, for example, he could never be tied down to one team. Look at the MLG Season 1 Elite logo. If and when he scores, he is a true OG. Well, not able to get up on that, just didn't predict it right. And still, front of the net, this has just been an onslaught, a barrage of shots. And finally, the one from Safix, his second of the game already in 1.5 minutes.
Impressive start came out the way they mean to, and we keep bringing up, just before that foul was half-time show as well, we spoke to Mirrorwing in form of what they consider dangerous teams, and talked about the likes of Coconutters as well. And earlier in the day you talked about Lausanne potentially challenging for the top spot. We didn't think they'd be at the bottom 4, especially this type of matchup as well. When you have a defence this loose, might just be a part of the reason why.
Milot's getting the first response for the Swiss Incredible Rebels. And when you look at these two names, synonymous with the TCSE Sports League, here since day one. A lot of these players as well since day one. The thing is, there's a reason, Danny. They are immovable. They are so strong. Titans of the Swiss scene, and Kiva, well, Titan, I can't think of a better way to describe him.
Titan might be, to way to me, always seems to be as like a gladiator. Always been in sort of the wars, if you want to call it that, and he has his few scrapes on it, but always proved victorious in those key battles. This again, fabulous player when he wants to get those goal scoring opportunities and tucks them in again, as he does so. 4th for the team, spread out 2-2, but Stocky hasn't scored one yet, and is that just bad performance or greed from the other two? I'm quite not sure how to put it yet.
Well, I think a new battle was just formed, Danny. Who's going to get the hat-trick first, Safix or Kiva? And well, Stocky's sitting there with 2 assists. He's got to pick one or the other. Who's his favourite son right now on the pitch? And, well, you never want to ask a parent that. They won't ever tell you.
I will.
I'm sure he's got one. Kiva, he could make it happen, but Nukes is going to get the ball on over towards Melox, and now just ticked on over to the halfway mark of the game, Danny, and it is honestly still anyone's game. Sir could turn this around.
Well, if we want to talk about it in terms of comebacks as well, we just need to look earlier in the series. You've been talking about looking back at games too. Where about that 5-4 thriller, Bacon, and the form of the leaks versus the legends themselves in the form of a legend, and with that being put into it, that was a wacky game when it was 5-0 up as well too, and you made 1 point as well too. Stocky with 2 assists. Roberto 3 goals for himself. He's not out of the running just yet.
This is fair. And heck, that'll bring it back to the Brazil that we missed earlier, so who knows? Talk of the devil, and he will appear. Stocky there, nearly being able to get it, but it took 2 defenders to keep him out. RNC so far off in the corner. Nuke stepped forward, and I don't know why this was just given.
Strong fit effectively, and it was a decent challenge in Suffix. Realistically, it's an okay defensive touch. It just needs a clearance from somebody to sweep in. Getting the same person to do it's not impossible, it's just unlikely. But 4-2 with this team left, Beacon, you said it yourself. It's not over. Don't count them out, and if this goes 4-3 as well, that pendulum once again swings in the 4.
To be a gentleman, you have to have composure and fortitude. Sir, have that in spades. They do not say die, not even 2-0 down in the series. They will go for that comeback. They will go for the reverse sweep. But they will always go for it each and every game. Stocky into the corner. RNC with massive clearance. Nukes is downfield. He cannot get a touch on that. So Kiva went behind. Just holding on to the ball for a moment. Sir are looking to start an attack, starting to look for pressure, but they're just not really finding any effective amount of it. Melox here looking to go for the bump, but 2 defenders there to send it away.
For my issue to an extent is the fact of how they're positioned at times. It just feels like they're putting all their eggs in one basket. It's just the first play or no play. It's one or the other, and that's going to be problematic. When you talk about a lineup on their opposition against the Lausanne, we've already talked about how credible they are through their historic achievements in the scene as well. It's going to be a difficult match, and they got to find a different way than directly on target too.
RNC off the wall, but unfortunately for him, I think time has just run on out. And it has indeed. Lausanne take game 1. No hat-tricks to be seen, Danny. We're thinking Suffix or Kiva who's going to get it. Kiva very close to that 500 mark score-wise, and Savix probably just changing his car. Sir, though, it was just a rough opener. It was a tough first 2 minutes. After that, they found their footing, didn't they?
I would like to find a way slightly to disagree with that, but I can't. I would like to say there, in terms of Team Sir, they were just not necessarily a weaker side. It's just they felt they didn't have the right passion in the form of players. They didn't believe necessarily hard to approach against the Lausanne roster after scoring so many. But there is a benefit to it. It is the best of 5 series after all. It's not like a 12 Titan style tournament when it's 1 series and you're out. Take the time, control the game, and ideally for the first minute, just don't concede. Never mind scoring, and already they're finding that difficult.
And I love right now, if you're tuning in, this, being your first time watching the TCSEL Sports League, you'd be thinking, Champions Field? 2 teams that are 0-2? Why on earth are you wasting it on these guys? But they are true OGs of the Swiss scene, true giants as well. Continuously getting to the top ranks. It has just been a difficult start to league play for both these 2 sides, but it has only been 2 weeks. This is only week 3 and they can turn it around. It just starts tonight for one of these 2 sides. The other side has just been made a little bit more difficult. And we have to see how that unfolds. Of course, Lausanne taking game 1, but games 2, 3, 4, perhaps even 5. It can go to anyone as Nukes draws first blood here in game 2.
They've done the first bit of the achievement of the list that I've asked for, and that was not to concede. Second part of the plan was score. They've done it within 5 seconds of that. That's perfect game management. Perfect against Lausanne as well. And it's just this moment as that happens, it's almost typical Keeper to score, isn't it?
Oh, you know it, Danny.
Oh, I've just
There
seen the
is-
kick off.
I have. So I'm looking over right now, and I am very enticed by the thought that on this pitch, not Nukes, but Melox, RZ, and Kiva have all been runners up to the TCS Esports League trophy. That title of being champions. Safix and Stocky have been slowly building it up, like we said previously. On Vision Gaming, now lost San. And Nuke's moving from that pinch Clara side on over to the Swiss Incredible Rebels. By every account, this should be their season, but again, just slow starts. And that goes to show our statement earlier of the competition is just so stiff when two teams which on paper should be title contenders straight from the get-go are at the bottom.
As well too, you got to look at as well a factor as well too. Is it the right lineup as well? They know themselves it probably is, but if you don't get the results too as well, I'm not saying transfer or maybe a change in the guard too, but when you've been at the top for so long, as he's been mentioning, up runners up as well beforehand, they've got to find that bit of spark, that imagination to bring them back up to maybe challenge the otherwise, and maybe the Coconutters as well too. We don't know who's going to win this season just yet, but Nukes, well, that was a bit of blast from the past with a bit of creativity of the future.
Well, that is a remarkable turnaround. Nuke's originally going to steal that boost in the corner, Danny, and then he gets the call, quickly turns on a dime and puts a wheel to it. 2-all, halfway mark of game 2. All the twos, why not just give it a couple more seconds and take a snapshot. 5 of a kind. We love it.
He's just ignoring me with that too, but rightly so.
Yeah. I never happened. Danny, you need to get all your ducks in a row, buddy. Woo! 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 What's a hiccup? Felix. Just hey, Kiva, thank you very much.
It's going to be one very happy substitute after that goal, let's put it that way.
Strawberry, of course, I'd imagine is in chat. I'm just trying to look on my screen. Wait, speak up, boy. Because right now you've got to be grinning. Still a member of this side, and he just watches on, keeps the boys in check, gives them a water bottle every now and then, and just is left grinning. Because this is a great scenario to be up, looking for the fourth. A slinger into the center. But Kiva, as always, a giant in defense when he's needed.
Just like that, and when needed as well too. When it's always reliable as well. We even spoke plenty of again the importance of why we do the interviews at TCS as well to get that insight. Gives you the ability, gives you the adapt as well as the coach's input here. And well, this is a complete turnaround, and if that went in, oh, that would have been criminal.
It's also the personality aspect of it, because the Swiss scene is so welcoming and open that if you're a watcher, just go join in the server, try and get involved. You know, you can. I do still believe the Whiffmaster server is still the the hip hop happening place to just like exchange words.
What was that? Can you repeat that?
No,
I would like to hear that, please.
Do not disturb me, Danny.
The Lord has spoken of the palace.
Yes. But of course, the interviews sort of give you a little bit of an insight into the players' personalities. That's why I can't wait for the next time we get Stroby or Kara back into the interview booth to see their pets, whatever weird, wacky new hat they brought along to it. Absolutely love it. And of course, absolutely love to see this game go in some distance. Sir, take game 2, Danny. We definitely have a game 4, and well, I would not be surprised if we see game 5.
Well, I don't know if it's a very apt time as well, but do you have to address you as Lord Bacon now as well, since you're the king of the palace there?
His baconess, I think, is the real term. Emperor will also do that, is fine.
His royal crispiness.
I adore it. Well, I also adore some great Rocket League. And Danny, we're already hopping into game 3. I have no idea who's taking this one, because it was a massive turnaround to take control by Team Sir. I mean, there was only a goal, differential between them, but Sir just felt so in control of that game too.
Or played the perfect game. I said beforehand, they just need to not concede for the first minute, control themselves, and as Milok scores that one, you can just hear the rumbling from Bacon's belly. This one certainly has fed it.
Oh, a feast for the eyes, Danny. That was a play and a half. Mwah! Chef's kiss to it.
I want to know where your chef is, Bacon, because I want more of it.
Don't worry, come back 2 weeks' time, Danny, and there'll be another banquet up for us, another 5 games, and of course, each and every Monday, make sure, if you're just tuning in for the first time, hit that follow button, make sure the bell's lit on up so that you're notified, and heck, if you're going that length, why not just go drop a follow on Twitter at TCSE Sports. Keep updated with everything, and of course, even the highlight goal of the week polls that we have. Absolutely love getting to see the highlight reels again each week, but what I love to see is just the control in midfield, the build-up between these teams. Lausanne are down in this game, but you wouldn't think it. They are just building everything up, and it's like they're playing with Legos right now, all the pieces just connecting. Apart from that, that's a cast skill, so look away.
It's alright, that's the piece that you just stabbed into your foot in the middle of the night that we mentioned earlier. And Nukes once more scores the second one. You said LaSalle was building. I hate to say it, I think they might need to get an engineer to look at the foundations. It's completely gone underneath them.
Lausanne building. Sir, slicing. Just cut on in there from Nukes. And he is popping off this evening. We saw him popping off last week as well, Danny, and this feels the best I've seen him for seasons, if not ever. And I'm not going to lie, back on Penchcolada, I did not believe the hype, but now I do. And of course, we already know the caliber of Milox and RNZ. What a pass and play, what a finish. Top right corner, as close as you can do it. 3-0.
It's exquisite. Perfect as well, a bit of sympathy as well. It wasn't clean straight in, it had to take a bit of the woodwork out as well, and it gives that false hope for the keeper that you saved, and there's Dwarf as well. And Bacon, we had this discussion last time in terms of when 2 members on a team had 2 goals each and 2 assists as well. Are we going to be robbed of a hat trick here?
Don't do it. Don't. No, you know what? No, Danny. It's 4-0, 3 minutes left to go. We're getting a hat trick. Come on. I can't see the possibility against it. Unless they want to do 3 Musketeers and now they just solely focus on getting 2 goals over for RZ, and that's it. You know?
I can't wait for the all for one phrase coming from you, Bacon, if that does happen.
It's ready.
Do you have that chivalry sort of feeling there with the sword ready to go on guard?
I mean, you can see right now that Lausanne are on guard. They are terrified of every attack that comes to them, free stacking it in net. Spacing that well on the counters has got to be said. They just cannot keep a hold of the ball. They're struggling. Right now, 58 boost from Sapix. He wants to pass it on out, and that's decent. The 50-50 in the contest, though, coming through from Sir, are making their life so difficult to build it up. But finally, Sapix will knock them down. 1 goal and a possible lead to something for Lausanne.
Too bad, and it is a goal to find a bit of comfort, a bit of salvation in sort of the disparity of this game for them. But they haven't given up hope. Again, we talked about the core of teams, we talked about the veteran status as well too. You don't have that without having a few sticky situations at this point here. This game might have just gone past them, not the series however, and it's the fact they've got the goal. Can they at least get 2 more? That's where I'm looking at, Bacon. Right now, they don't seem very much capable of doing that.
In front of net, and there it is, the hat trick, the first one coming on through for Melox. And you talk about sticky situation. I bet Melox have just put Lausanne in a very sticky situation. Lausanne think they're on the comeback, Danny, but oh no, not if the stylish gentlemen have anything to say about it.
That's true. Looking quite dapper tonight as well, and with that too. But their sort of bow ties has been sort of pricked up a little bit, just sitting nice and flush as well to the freshly ironed shirts as well. We do have the potential Brazil, Bacon. We had very close of one ending tonight. We might have our second one becoming the full true bill too.
Might indeed. RNZ blocked out by Sapix. Nukes off high. He's wanting to set himself up. He's going for a very simple shot, and Melox able to chase on. It was like an indecision between the two. Very peculiar, but it is working. It is keeping Lausanne on their toes. 40 seconds left to go. Nuke steals the 100. The pass inwards, but RNZ was removed by Stocky. Kiva wanted to wrap this around. Instead, gets it point blank on the line, and Sapix gets his second.
Well, yeah, there was about a minute left on the clock. I'd be sore going, come back. Sadly not.
10 seconds to goal. I would need 2 kickoff goals to believe it, in a row. But they didn't have
Proper 3. If we're going to have 2, let's have 3, Bacon. Let's go for the full distance on there.
That's what I'm saying. I would need the 2 kickoffs to believe there could be a third, but half the time gone already, and well, scrambled egg everywhere, Danny. It's looking not that pretty for Lausanne. As we'll be moving into game 4, 5-2 in game 3 for the Swiss Incredible Rebels. And sir, like I said, Danny, RNC and Melox, previous runner-ups. Nukes wanted a taste of that, if not more. It's all potential. What with Edelweiss this season, maybe the most fragile we've seen them before. They're still strong, but I mean, when you've got a whole field of sledgehammers, everyone looks fragile.
Well, welcome to the Lord Crispy palace of very usable hammers by the sounds of it. Bacon has an array, and so we're going, yes, this one shall do today, and smash a window every so often. It's an apt phrase as well too. It just knocks it down. It's just Edelweiss, unfortunately, is the bulldozer of the entire region. But let's also, with the magnifying glass this time, not breaking it this time, Bacon, or using it this time, in terms of that league table. If Team Sir does go on to win it, their game differential improves, but they'll move 1-2, and that sort of top 6 sort of position to get safety becomes much more realistic as well. Whoever wins this becomes also the benchmark as well too for that, not being in that relegation battle and have to replay to qualify back in for next season too. So this already has huge implications, and well, let's see what Lausanne's made of when they know that's in play too.
Let's also talk about what's up for grabs, Danny. Up to play for 10,000 Swiss francs up for grabs. Relatively speaking, you know, give a little bit of flexibility to it. Near enough equatable 1 Swiss franc to $1. Give or choose your day. So a lot of money here on this national scene. You can see why previous RLCS pros playing alongside it, everyone that is anyone, even internationally, wants to try and talk their way onto that international spot. But 2 for Edwise as well, is quite happy to be a part of it. Banana Man, we saw him earlier. RNZ from Germany has been here since the first season and has never left the Swiss Incredible Rebels, Danny. He is the only player on that roster to be here since the first season on that same team.
It's incredible. It shows loyalty, it shows standard, it shows a capable player. The consistency within that top 6, the consistency to do it in and out each week. That's incredible form as well too, but here's the massive but that always keeps coming up. We talk about quality and each season brings up too. He is slipping down in that battle. He has to find that next gear to go up as well. We talked about Nukes and Malox having 2 goals apiece there. He had 2 assists as well. He has to be the player that also can show that next gear, the grind up as well too. He's played fabulous so far today, but what about tomorrow? What about next week? What about next season? There always has to be the next step of improvement somewhere.
Does indeed. We're looking at a game of chicken right now, and unfortunately it is Lausanne who flinch. Boy, oh boy, I can understand why. R&Z after that. Look at Safix, not able to reach it, of course. Kiva on that close post, nothing in the tank, not able to get to it. And Stocky, well, he was just not able to rotate in on time, and rightfully so. He had 2 players behind him, so he was never getting to that. Sir move into advantage. 2 minutes left on the clock, however. Lausanne need to punch. They need to rule their way back into this game.
All the fighting talk, but they've yet to even get themselves into a rumble. They might, however, twist themselves and get the barman to show them the front door, Bacon, because that's where they're going if they let this happen. They will allow a 3-1 defeat. They will allow themselves to slip further down, and it only gets more difficult when the defeat starts stacking.
Got a name for this arena now, Danny. Don't you worry. Hell's Kitchen is definitely a trial by fire for these 2 squads to get out of the no-win zone. And I can tell you, Sir can handle the heat.
I'm going to be certainly looking at that sort of kitchen as you describe it, and funny enough, Bacon, I'm not the chef in there, so it might be a little bit comforting to know that. But with 3-0 against them, they will just look at this one, and I said it earlier once before in the series, it's the series that got away from them. This is the biggest chance they'll get to get a game win in RNC, and that little bit of a pep talk of improvement. What's next? He has stepped up here trying to close this series down, but Melox, he started in game 1 the way he means to finish in game 4.
Oh, and he has never stopped. Perfectly timed here after the bounce to put so much pace on it, and the defender just can't reach that. 4-0, 125 left on the clock. Danny, surely this is out of reach now.
It is. Oh, you want a bit more than that?
Well, I mean, what do we do for the next 1 minute and 10 seconds? Apart from admire RNZ and the rest of the Sir lads, because they don't know when to stop. A hat-trick for RNZ.
Well, after all the looks, the glances and the angles of everything on display in 4 games, Lausanne, to be fair, never looked like a side to get back into it. Yes, they did win a game, but that was it. They won it and never played after it, and that's a shame because it's a huge aspiration for all 3 of them. And yet we talk about their experience, it has not shown at all today, and it's sort of that ability to drive yourself into the ground, make a stand. And Team Sir, they're making a stand for a top 6. They're making a stand to even go further than that. And Stocky, we might have one last word, and sadly, I think it's goodbye.
A consolation goal, Danny. It's something for Lausanne. Lessen the pain, get a second. If they even go on to get more, we'll have to find on now. But Sir right here probably looking at it going, oh, it's just for the Brazil. No issue at all. 35 seconds left to go, and Sir still looking pretty. Boy, oh boy, today's performance from both sides has been the pickup they need. It is just going to sting for Lausanne, though, because, Danny, they played well enough to win it. However, it will be Sir actually winning it because they played well enough to dominate it.
Absolutely, and when you look at it as well, slightly future as well in the form of like Sir's lineups as well. 6 it will be after all. But Lausanne, they've got Man Sanity coming up as well too. We won't be speaking to them obviously. It's usually the interview from the winner side. It's still a bottom 4 side they'll be facing off to. Next week for them, for Lausanne, will show them if they're capable of at least getting a win on the boards as well too, trying to find their way out of the top, well, bottom 4, I was going to say top 4. Why would you want to get out of the top 4, Bacon?
No, you're there to stay, right? Sometimes you don't have the choice, and well, Lausanne today don't have the choice to move out of the bottom 4. Sir, though, well, they take the opportunity, and this is the best I've seen this squad this season, if not in a while. They were fierce today. And I can't wait to talk to one of them, Danny, because after this break, guys, we're going to be bringing on one of the lads from the Swiss Incredible Rebels to talk to them, and it is going to be an interview that I'm hyped up for. I can't wait to see how they're feeling, because this is going to be the type of result which gives them drive and gives them the propulsion to move deep into the standings. Find that all out and more when we talk to Nukes after this break. Welcome back, guys. We've got Nukes in the commentary booth with us, and Nukes, I bet you have just absolutely had the biggest pickup in the world, because that was a performance and a half from you boys.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a little bit different in the voice today, gotta say.
Go on then, elaborate. How was it different? Go on.
Well, usually when we play, it's very, very, professional, but, today it was just laughter all around because we had so much fun playing. And, the most random things happened while playing as well, so it was just fun.
you said it was fun as well too. I know Big and I enjoyed that series immensely, and I like a close series, but you refused to make it close. You made it your own, and you denied us a Brazil. Do you want to apologize to everybody?
I apologize to TCS Esports League and every sponsor that we did in Brazil, but yeah, can't do much about it now.
Raf in the background, do we forgive him for it? I'm waiting for a response.
It was a verbal warning, Bacon. You misheard there.
Okay, a warning.
Okay.
I get it. So, for you guys with Sir now, because like the biggest shock to me, Nukes, I guess, was Stroby stepping down to that sub spot this season. Like, Sir was already a fairly strong side, and was a regular staple. And you coming into the roster, you probably looked at this and thought, you know what, you can go far with this squad. I know you enjoyed your time on Pinch Colada, but it never really worked out within the TCS Esports League, did it? But do you think it'll work out now with Sir? Do you think you guys will make that top 4?
Well, I think at the time when I played with Pinch Colada, I think I personally just wasn't really ready yet to like play in TCS, and with different it was as well, because at the start of the season I wasn't really a good player. I wouldn't have considered myself a TCS player, but I've improved a lot in that squad. And after at the end of the season, I started talking with Milox and stuff, and we got we did some trials and stuff, and it worked out really well. And I think we can improve a lot throughout the season.
Sorry, I personally myself, I did have a question, but I'm just going to forget it. You weren't ready.
Yeah, well,
the ability to notice that as a player, to work on your game, that's incredible. Not many players would have that. But that performance there showed me a top 4 level player. The whole team, don't get me wrong, is of that quality. And Bacon asked you the question of reaching it there. But after that series against Lausanne, is the belief there? Because you were saying about the comms being a slight issue and you were having a bit more fun. Is that going to be the mentality going in?
The belief is always there. I mean, when we get into the game, against whoever it is, I'm just gonna straight up say we're going to win. That's just the mentality we're going in. I'm just saying today we played a little bit more casually, and it kind of worked out for us as well. So that was like.
And what are you guys going to be doing with your week off? Because we know that there's going to be a break next week for the TCS, and then we come back on the 19th, where you guys will be facing off against Latix, I do believe. Just double checking that. Yes. Are you ready for that game, or is the next week just going to be scrimming it out, getting ready? Because I'd imagine that's going to be some very close competition, especially considering that Arca and Mino, in a very similar state, have been long staples of the TCS Esports League.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're very good players, and as a team, I ranked, I did a power ranking for myself, and I did put them in the top 4 as well. So I know that they're a very strong squad. We will probably prepare for ourselves. We will see how they played in the last few seasons, not just seasons, but series, and hopefully find some kind of, I don't know, some weak spot that we can utilize.
Great stuff. Last but definitely not least, the final match on stream tonight is going to be Vision Gaming Economists versus Slightly Salty. You got any predictions for that matchup, my dude?
Ooh, I think Slightly Salty is going to win 3-1, I would say.
3-1. Very respectable result there. But Nukes, we're going to have to let you go because we need to go get into that match. So guys, we head on over to a break. After that, we come back with Slightly Salty versus Vision Gaming Economists here on the TCS Esports League.
Vision Gaming économiste. Ça fait plus d'1 an qu'on s'entraîne ensemble, alors n'espérez pas qu'on abandonne si rapidement, car on est une équipe qui persévère.
Maintenant qu'on est qualifié en TCSEL Sport League, on n'est pas seulement là pour jouer, mais on est surtout là pour gagner.
Also macht euch auf was gefasst, denn wir vom Baguette Squad werden die sein, die am Schluss als Sieger vom Platz gehen.
Love that little throw to the Baguette squad right there. But Danny, as we throw on into this game, Slightly Salty versus Vision Gaming Economists, I've got to say, Slightly Salty got to be looking at this game and probably in their minds thinking, oh, this is going to be an easy 3-0.
If it isn't a 3-0, I would be totally surprised, because if you look at the standings down below there, and if you look at much more in depth as well, you ask, where's the quality, where's the player? And frankly, at this point here, well, I don't see much hope for Vision Gaming Economists, but I would like to be wrong, Bacon.
I would as well. It joined in the middle of a conversation. This is super weird.
See, Bacon, they like me already.
Yeah, that's it. And one thing I absolutely love, again, we stated it earlier, everyone in Switzerland is just best friends up until the point where the game gets underway. That's when they suddenly become like arch rivals and enemies. As soon as the game's done, best friends once again. But right now, as we're just about head under the sea, I don't want to break up this friendship even for 30 minutes, Danny. I'm not sure if my heart can take it.
That's all right, Bacon, and I'll give you the pleasure setting the players in. But while you do that as well, you asked me what I thought, and I think it's probably a 3-0. And it hurts to say that to ones who I made friends of even before TCS. Well, actually, because of TCS. What's your prediction?
I've just heard someone with like an actual car horn and some weird.
I know.
noises.
I just heard it as well. It's a battle bus.
It's the battle bus. Where? Who's got the battle? Like suddenly we're sniffing about. It's Frosty. It's Frosty.
I wasn't going to tell
with the
you
battle
there.
bus.
It seems being serious with the battle bus.
What? Why are they not starting? Who are we waiting on?
Are they waiting for me to hop in my debut game?
I don't know. This was just very weird. Let's go! Under the sea! In Aquadome. Vision Gaming in the red, Slightly Salty. Salty white. Yeah, you guys at home can hear it. It's just madness. I love it. As Timo throws it towards net. Frosty can't keep Carbo out for long. Juju into the corner once again. They're going to meme with us, aren't they? I can feel it already, Dan.
Oh, they are, and why not? But I just can't take any player serious when they use the battle bus. That's no disrespect to them or the car, but it's just, it looks wrong, and I don't mean that as a bad thing. How do you use the car?
I mean, it's the same hitbox as the Merc, right? Because the Merc was originally the Octane hitbox. They brought the Battle Bus in, and for like a week or two, the Battle Bus had its own hitbox until they changed the Merc to have the Battle Bus hitbox. And players rep it. I'm just saying, players are there like, it's a good hitbox. But Juju's got a Fenix, so, he's just one. Apparently, that's the meta, right?
Well, it might be the meta. Apples. But I'm not saying I want Frosty to win this match. Just for the simple fact is, I want to ask him why the battle bus. If he loses, I want to ask him anyway.
It's the fact that he's actually bibbing his horn on purpose, and I can't take it because the camera just goes through it, and it's just like 6 cars line up against each other. What?
Joe, I want him to hit the horn every time he hits the ball.
I would. It's weird, right? Because sounds in Rocket League are always just. Frosty is just jumping onto everything. He wants to be on camera all the time. I'm really confused right now. It's sort of working 2 minutes on into the game, and Vision Gaming only 1-0 down, looking to turn this around now. Turb wins the 50-50. That's a high ball, however. Timo, big clearance, but Nessie ready in the mid. He's got to chase up onto that, and unfortunately not. Timo's going to be able to easily swat his way down.
Does so, and frankly, to be fair, after that one goal earlier, everything seems to be much more calm, stabilised. And somehow there's the battle bus. Yeah, it's just, this is why I play normally with sound off. I'm not distracted by stuff like this, but decent shot attempt there, and this should actually be somewhere upfield here. And I don't know why Frosty decided to go upfield for push the way he has done. There was no pressure being exerted either way, not in the green when the terms of the ball. It just seemed to be Vision Gaming a tad lost at the moment.
So that's the weird point, right? Because normally I do have sound on. The only time I never have sound is, you know, when we're doing like RLCS, the grid and that, because quite often it can be difficult. But get back to that point in a second, because Timo here, failed to join party somehow. Timo has just been given a freebie. They're too focused on the battle bus. That's the problem.
They are, and I've seen Frosty play, you know, the Octane or the Dominus is quite as normal. I'll be interested to wonder, is he streaming right now? Because I know he's got one of those channel points, so choose my random preset or something like that. So it's a reward for anybody using normally, and it's just a dare that's backfired on him.
I wonder as well. Oh. Is that Timo getting a hat trick? No, it's only a second goal. Juju got the first. My bad. Because I was looking at that bibbing each and every time. I just can't take it seriously. It's worse than Splash, Danny. I hate Splash. I don't hate the bibbing, but it's breaking my immersion, dude.
Why, just after the goal you just hear a very quiet whispery voice going, Splash. Is that what? Nah, it doesn't bother me that at all.
Well, it's worse than Motormouth. I hate it whenever I play Rocket League and there's a Motormouth in the pitch.
Can you imitate it for us?
Me and you, right? You take Motormouth for the red side. I'll take Motormouth for the white side. Okay, go.
I can't do it.
You can't? Why can't you do it?
For a simple fact, I don't really listen to it, Bacon, because I play with sound off most of the time.
Anyway, we should actually get back to proper casting.
We should
it now, because we've gone full silly mode because of the game so far, because that was a nice idea for the play, but follow through off the post. Timo looking to turn it back on, but he's got Frosty hunting him down. Frosty does get the hit. Why did they leave that up in the corner? Carbo just had so much time to work with.
It's a case of it's in the corner. There's very little dangers both from an attacking side and as well as the defender. They know they're able to play it a certain way. Sometimes it's just best leaving it. Both sides will happily retreat, let the game flow on to it. But as much as we've been a tad silly and enjoying the game as it has been on the flow, nothing has happened realistically from it. 3 goals has went in. Vision Gaming has been, well, almost like the sort of the classroom child that doesn't know how to behave correctly. We had the bad boys earlier. Now we've just got the clown, shall we say, in action.
Yeah. Don't get slightly salty about it, because I mean, you're it. Coming into like when
you've been holding on
for
that for a while.
Yeah. When I look at the Vision Gamer roster, I feel like that's a good team as well. That is like the part of the course you can beat them. Like that's the sort of team which the challenging up teams are going to have to be careful, because I reckon Vision Gaming is going to be a bottom 4 team. But it's just because of the stacked level that when you look at other teams coming on through, like Slightly Salty, which they've got the capabilities, when you look at those 3 players, Danny, to be a top 4 finisher. Just Vision Gaming, they haven't quite linked up. They're not going for passing plays. They haven't figured out that aspect of the game yet. When you look previously to teams like the Monks or the UGS, shush, let me finish.
No, look.
Oh, he's off for the, okay, right, I get you now, he's on tour thing. He's done with the silliness. But I was going to say, when you look to teams previously like Monks or, UGS, they saw that they weren't as mechanically good at the game, and instead just full focused onto their team plays, and were able to meet up with all the opposition in TCS, and I just don't see enough team plays come on out. You see that? Frosty jumping on in when Turb was in the corner. He needed to be a shadow player. He needed to just help his teammate on out. Instead, he's trying to take control of the scenario. And it's not going to work, unfortunately.
I'm a bit of an old school man, as you know, Bacon, when it comes to things. If you're going to have that sort of game one where you're joking around with, you've got to back it up. And to me, Vision Gaming just seems like the side, as you said, is challenging for whoever comes up and see if they can be beaten or not. And yet, yes, I can see it here. Yes, they haven't followed up. Yes, they haven't shadowed anything there. And we're probably looking at a comfortable 3-0 sweep here. And they've got to shake out of that sort of silliness because they can do it. And we expect them to do it. It's just they haven't proven it yet.
Nukes gave them a game and, well, they need to follow through with the bloke's prediction. It's him. It's not only their names on the line right now. Opportunity here to run away with it, but Vision Gaming just without anything to follow up on. They've got boost, but they're just looking to hold their back line, Danny, and it's just very peculiar. They're not building anything, it's just here. Can they chase onto this? Yes, Frosty on over the Turb. Nice. I like it, but the drop and Nessie never got the memo. Never got the message to come up.
I think this is actually deliberate to an extent because I know a few of the modern coaches have deliberately said have a low third man deliberately at times, and I know Frosty in their sort of international roster in the form of Damage Inc. actually, when they interviewed the team actually and a few of the ones that played opposition-wise, teams actually recognise it. They have a deep third man and it's annoying because they're able to just lob the ball back up and it's not necessarily challenging, it's just to grind you down, it's just to waste everything that you got and run out of energy on the long-term series plan. And they're doing that. Credit to Frosty for teaching that and trying to bring it into TCS. The question is, do they have the quality to do that?
Timo only keeping that out on the line. Vision Gaming finally building up some plays as Carbo can't reach it. Turb went in for the block and Frosty's going to have to let Nessie take this up in the corner. Punch forward. Carbo really keeping the threat going. Alongside Timo, 50-50, not fantastic, but Carbo reacts very well. Oh, I say very well. Brilliantly.
It's exquisite, to be fair, not to outdo you on the thesaurus Bacon in any shape or form. It's just played well, done well, and it's just been executed the game plan well. This is why, frankly, Celtic felt that is a top 3 side, probably maybe, I'm not saying probably close to take maybe 2 games off Edidize in their sort of top 4, but they haven't needed to play any higher. They have just played their opposition, and you said it earlier yourself, if you played with a weaker opponent, you might drop down performance level. They haven't. They've just cleanly got on with their job. 3-0.
Yeah, you can see that Timo's original placement is just to provide pressure if the ball slips across, a above board pass, and he's just looking to keep the pressure alive. He can then see the ball slipped and been lost in the mid, so he's just coming away to put it away because he's got a third man. I think in that chance it was Juju all the way back, and of course Carbo's up with him, so why not? They are safe. It's not going to matter if he steps on into the box. So they're just playing it very, very well. And Vision Gaming, they had moments of good play here in game 2. They've just got to stick with it. It's all about them picking up the ball originally and then starting to build with it. Because so many times like that from Frosty, he's just handed the ball away. A pointless touch as such.
The exercises, to an extent, play the way they have done. Yes, these are pointless touches. You can see it the way they're consistently getting into the corner here, Vision Gaming. the question I ask myself is, what does the touch lead to, or what's it trying to achieve? If it's a teammate, is it trying to apply pressure? What is it trying to do? And so far with Vision Gaming, we don't see a game plan. We don't actually see a threatening attack there. That's been the closest we've seen in 10 minutes worth of gameplay, Bacon. And it's not to do them a disservice, it's just they have not came out, well, as intended, because they were too busy joking and laughing in game one.
And when every single game could mean your tournament life, Danny, take a look towards last season, they did literally come down to the game differential. If memory serves me correct, we'll have a quick little double check on that to near enough prove why we are so serious about this for teams like Vision Gaming. You look towards last season, okay, the game differentials came down to the 7th through to 9th. Was it season 4? Got me looking through the annals now, Danny.
I know. If it was mine, it's like a big binder and you just have to get it open up and you start going statistics, notes and everything else out there. Well, you are checking it briefly, Bacon, and we're not trying to harp on to it as a, not necessarily as a criticism on them, but as a criticism to the fact of it's an improvement, it's where you look at, because if it does come into it and say, hypothetically, within 5 games of a game differential, that's enough to sit there and get you from, say, 6th to 7th. So out of that relegation spot, get yourself into that sort of bit of moving it around and have faith in your own hands. You do not want to be sitting there relying on results. That's the worst feeling that you can. And if you even say hypothetically win 3-2 on, say, week 8, you could already be knocked out because you didn't get a game earlier in the season. It has to be as the way you start off in the sort of the league play. And these are the sort of the questions I've got to ask about Vision Gaming. Right now, they're showing themselves as the bottom league side, and Salt Gaming proving why they're the top.
Just one game, at the very least, is what we want to see. We do not want to see 3-0s here. Nessie looking for Frosty. Trying to get this past Carbo, and Carbo is not defending that well. Frosty ran on ahead to steal away the boost. You can see a play is forming in their minds, and they're trying to pressure their opponents into their back line. Turb, he wants to get this 50-50 on into the net. Frosty was going for bumps. He needed to be in the air. He is that mechanical genius of the squad, where they need him to finish these off up high. Turb, a little bit late to the scene. Frosty, this is what I was saying, Danny. You can just see that was a real threat. Unfortunately, just ran out before getting to it. But that whole sequence, that whole pressure play, looked good from Vision Gaming.
It's the best bit they were able to string together, and you just question yourself, sort of going, this is the spark of brilliance to get yourself motoring along here, and it feels a little bit too little too late. And right as that is, that might just be the deal in the coffin, and that 3-0 might start to dry on that parchment that you were looking at earlier in the record book, Bacon.
Timo, the captain of the Slightly Salty squad, bringing the name, the logos out of retirement. To be honest, I'm somewhat upset that I don't see Carbo repping the Slightly Salty logo. He's just got a picture with a heart. And again, sort of gives me reminders of Team Pikachu way back in the day, and that makes me smile, nearly making me smile right there. A goal opportunity from Turb. Good touch from Timo. Frosty under 1, pass 2. Car in front of him, and he's put it high. Not able to finish that one off.
He's getting ready to celebrate. I know, Bacon. I know.
It's so close. Vision, don't get me wrong, Vision Gaming have got a tough opponent in front of them. Like, we can't hype up Slightly Salty enough, I think, of how they could be a top 4 contender. When you've got Juju and Timo there, Carbo is really coming to his own. On the opposite end, Vision Gaming, they just got to work as a squad. This is just a team that needs more competitive experience. They need a coach, Danny. I think a coach could really fix a lot of their issues. Because individually, you can see they are good players. But just as a team, they have not clicked yet.
Well, some of that sort of issues just recently formed. As you said, a coach would certainly do well, and it's just one of those ones where, yes, the game experience will come into play, and maybe in the later weeks they'll play much better. But Bacon, I feel like us two right now is like two parents watching one of our children at the football pitch right now. We want to see them do well, and we know they're doing badly, but we're still trying to push them on, push them further, and go on and attempt it. And right now, it feels almost like a kid with a stabilised bike at the moment, trying to learn without it as well too. It hasn't worked out.
Not to bring in Frosty onto it, because I mean he's already had the experience on a competitive level, like I said, Damage Inc. internationally. But Turb and Nessie, I love that they're coming on through the Challenger Cups, now getting their chance, and I just don't want that chance to be squandered. I don't want to see them 10th. Admittedly, I don't want to see any team there, but most importantly, I don't want to see them going out without winning games. I want to see these boys pop off something crazy, because I know they've got it in them. And like you said, it just hurts because we haven't been able to see that today. They've been close to the mark. The truth of the matter is, they've got veterans in front of them, of TCS, and Juju and Timo, that go far, that hit hard. It's the top of the table versus bottom of the table fight, and Slightly Salty aren't going easy, so full respect to them, Danny. Slightly Salty have not withheld any punches, have they?
I'll say for the most part, I think that what they've done is quite easily they'll do the damage early in sort of game 1 scenario and make it sting, and then game 2 and 3 is just ease a wee bit off, but still have the same goal threat, same attacking opportunities, and just test what they're capable of doing. Just to cobweb talks for that playbook a little bit, and sort of going, well, we can use this against maybe the Coconutters later on, or somebody else that we actually fully need to go to the distance. But you made one point there, which I would like Vision Gaming maybe to listen to. Don't waste the opportunity. Teams would love to be in the situation they are in right now. Prove week in, week out, grind it, make sure that you spend that quality time, because it can only be worthwhile and valuable if you actually put the time and effort into it.
Well, indeed. And Danny as well, when we're looking at the 9th of May and the 23rd of May, the two Challenger Cups, those teams, everyone that's watching right now has got to be looking at this going, I could take their spot. And the same, like, if anyone at home here is looking at the TCS and thinking, you know, I could play among these guys, then sign up for those Challenger Cups. And Vision Gaming, with every loss, creep closer to securing themselves in that bottom 4, and you do not want that. Like I said, lads, if you're listening, if you're going back over the VOD, look at the coach option, because you have all the pieces of this puzzle, but you just need someone to put them in the right places. And Danny, when we know the playoffs are going to be taking place right at the end of May, when we're looking at it less than 2 months from now, you don't want these lads to see the end of their TCS career cut short. You want them to keep going, because you can see they do have that potential.
Well, I agree with you. It's just one of those situations where, as they keep sort of putting on to it, you have the league there. It's for the experience as well. And TCS has put on a fabulous league, 6 seasons worth as well. And you just need to look at from the very beginning to who is currently now. And you talked about that stack quality, where some teams like, say, Stocky and Safix as well in there, and you go sometimes, are they still at the top? Ooh, some of them are creeping down, some of them are creeping down. Oh, they're only holding on to their spot. These are some new ones coming into it, the new blood that really test the metal, the steel of certain players. And credit to the ones who are capable of doing it. To the ones who aren't, learn from it, get expert opinions from it, and improve onwards. It's the only way to do so.
Is indeed. And there's only one way we're going to be progressing this show, Danny. It's going to be with one final interview. This time it's going to be with Juju from Slightly Salty. I can't wait to speak to this lad, and I'm sure you guys can't wait to listen to what he says about that series, which will be taking place after this break. Don't go anywhere. Interview with Juju after this.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Guys, we've got Juju in the commentary booth with us. Juju, straight up there, Frio sweep for you. Was that easy? Was that, just you working out your own game? What your thoughts immediately just on that series and how it went for you?
Yeah, it went pretty well. We played our game, and yeah, we're glad we got the 3-0 because it's not every week that we can have a free win like this.
Could you say that again, please? Just make sure I heard that right. A free win. Oh,
free win, yeah. So
that must be fabulous, because if you do have those free wins, you're stacking up the 3-0, and I know Bacon will lead to a particular question coming up here. But when you are having those comfortable wins, especially early on in the season, is it giving you more confidence, or is it just a case of is this expected? It's until you actually play the big boys of the league before you start really panicking or feel a bit of the stress of it?
I would say that these victories give us a bit of confidence because it says that it confirms that we are on the level, I'd say. But it also gives us, I don't know, maybe a bit of fear because we don't know what it would be against better players. We will have an answer next week already against Sparked, as we have seen them play today and other weeks. There can be insane players, every of them. So we will have to prepare and probably expect something different.
Well, straight up there, you guys right now, to inform you, and I guess a little spoilers for later, Slightly Salty are sitting on top of the leaderboard. 9 games won to 1 loss, 3-0. You're ahead of Coconuts, you're ahead of Edelweiss, and, well, everyone else, you're at the top of the leaderboard, right? Coming into this season, did you think that was going to be possible? Where did you think you guys would be finishing up? What are your goals for this season?
Our first goal is to go to the final. So far, it's going great. We know that we can beat everyone, even though it will be really hard. Coconutos and Edelweiss still show that they're insane players, and they didn't lose all their skills during one season. So yeah, we will keep in mind that we can do it. And if we continue to work, I'd say we have a good chance to at least win one game during the regular season against Coconutters or Edelweiss.
Oh, no preference on either or. You're just going to maybe win one. That's fair enough. But you're going to have a week break coming up before the next section league play scenario. Is it a case of a small bit of respite, or is it going to be full out scrims and maybe try to get Coconut or Edelweiss actually in a scrim to maybe feel a bit more of their understanding of the game? Because it's easy to look at VODs at times, but actually being in the lobby is also a different matter as well too.
Yeah, so yeah, I think we will try to scrim as much as possible to get used to play together. I'd say we didn't play so much together these past weeks, so yeah, we try to scrim good teams. We won't try to scrim against Edelweiss or another TCS team that we didn't play so far, just to, I don't know, strategy. And yeah, I think it will go well if we scream together and try to correct the mistakes we're doing.
So, straight up again, week break before you move into the gauntlet run. That is continuous back-to-back weeks up until the end of the season. But I want to know, which team are you looking forward to most facing up against? Like, is it going to be Edelweiss, or are you looking forward to, I don't know, Coconutters, Lausanne? Who is it that you just can't wait to face?
I can't wait to face Le TX. For sure. Arco was my last teammate. Mino and Arco, we played together 2 seasons ago. So yeah, it will be a great match. I'm looking forward to playing this.
Unfortunately, that's going to be a little whiles away. Week 8, which is the 17th of May. But guys, for now, we're going to have to say goodbye to Juju, as unfortunately, Juju, we've got to wrap up for this evening. Any final shout-outs you want to make before we do that?
I would say thank you everyone for the support in the chat. That's really appreciated and give us power to continue and to win everything we want.
And of course, Carbo there saying, go me. Ah, lovely. Anywho, Danny, let's wrap up this week, my dude, because with that, we are done with week 3 of the TCSE Sports League. Let's bring in the standings. Up top, we've got Slightly Salty, Coconutters, and Edelweiss all sitting on 3 and O's, of course, separated by game differentials. At that joint 4th and 5th spot, it's going to be Sparks and Latiques. 4 games actually separating Sparks from Latiques, which is going to be a big difference maker, I do believe, later on down the line. Sitting on 1 win is both Era Legacy and Team Sir. Sir being able to get their first win today up on the board. And then at the bottom of the leaderboard, Lausanne, Mind Sanity, and Vision Gaming. Boy, oh boy, is this table just getting even juicier. Like we said, Sir and Lausanne expected to be solid top 6 finishers, but Lausanne still not with a win yet, of course. Put a little asterisk alongside that. However, Lausanne have faced off against Sir, Latiques, and Era Legacy. So, you know, not teams that are walkovers, really.
It's, as you said, not walkovers, but the situation where they find themselves, and especially the position of 8th and 10th. I'll have to say, Bacon, if they don't win, it's probably the expected games are the ones close around and within their expected influence. I don't see them coming back from it, and it's going to be a cruel bit of it, but we heard the interview there from Slightly Salted. They didn't expect to be up top as well on the leaderboard, so it just shows you everything's still up to play for, which is fabulous after 3 weeks worth of gameplay.
It is indeed. And if you want to come back for week 4, make sure they hit that follow button. Make sure the bell's lit on up as well. Head on over to Twitter. Follow at TCSE Sports League. Hey, whilst you're there, why not follow at DigitalBacon1 and at DannyBoyATM? Because on the 19th of April, we are back. We get 1 week break before we head into... Normally, you know, you get that mid-season break. We're coming in early this time around just because of scheduling. On week 4, we have got Lausanne versus Mind Sanity kicking it off. Perhaps Lausanne can get their first win up on the board. Second up is Vision Gaming versus Coconuts, followed by Latiques versus the Swiss Incredible Rebels, which is just an immaculate game to look out for and a potential feature game of the night. Fourth up is Edelweiss versus Era Legacy, and then last but definitely not least is that Sparks versus Slightly Salty game. Danny, which of those 5 matches are you looking forward to most?
I'm going to have, unfortunately, steal the bottom one away from you, Bacon, because that one there will not only define the top 4, it will actually define who might become champion. And whoever wins it needs to win it either 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. Will leave the door slightly creaking open for the rest to catch up. That's going to be the sort of the problem within the calculations, but it's going to be the match of the week there.
Is indeed. Nothing is set in stone just yet. No team out of the run-ins, but they better start running before it's too late. I've been Digital Bacon. Joining me this evening, of course, has been Danny Boy. Thank you for stepping in last minute. Jar Jam was not feeling well. He's meant to be on this evening, but he's feeling a little bit under the weather. So, guys, send some love to Jam. Just, some hearts in chat or a little tweet out on Twitter wouldn't hurt. But until next time, big thank you to TCS for sponsoring this, making sure that we can bring it to everyone at home. And of course, big shout out to the admins running in the background. Big shout out to Asper, our broadcaster this evening. Big shout out to you, of course, Danny, for joining me. Until next time, stay safe. We'll see you soon.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCS Esports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams, and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Yes, I'm like it can get a groovy.